Alright, so here's the deal. This says 3 days left. When I checked this like 2 hours ago before my power went out, it said less than 1 days left. And before that, it said 1 days. I have no fucking idea what this UI actually means. I don't know when this event ends, but they said it ends on September 1st. Does it end at midnight? Does it end at the end of September 1st? Does it end literally right now because in UTC it's already September 1st? I don't know, so don't trust this. This event does not, as far as I'm aware, end in 3 days. It might end in 3 minutes. So let's go do that. What does this event consist of? It consists of getting this user interface to go away. And we have to just send a bunch of crap into space. Ends in 9 hours. I don't know where you got that intel, but I hope you're right. Because I don't want it to end in the middle of me sending this stuff. Alright, so what do we need to do for this event? This is the automated mass production protocol event. They recycle one of like 4 events. Like the events in this game consist of make funny potions in the Cauldrangias, which we've seen before. They're over in the corner of the base over there somewhere. Or find the MacGuffins, which is where you make like Christmas ornaments and shit, or find them and send those into space. Or send scrap into space, or send a shitload of like some material into space. Do I have any insider info on the next C418? He doesn't even make Minecraft music anymore, does he? I thought they have somebody else doing that now. So no, I do not have any insider info. The info is it's not going to happen. Wait, what's not going to happen? Oh, okay, you're responding. Yeah, no C418. Okay, I thought I wasn't crazy. Yeah, actually, that announcement is the thing that makes me think that I have until like very early tomorrow. Because I know that announcement had a timestamp on it, but that could literally just be whoever submitted it just had to put a time on it and didn't actually know when it was going to end, so they just said like morning of the day that the like rest of the team said it was going to end. Like, you cannot trust that stuff. It's in their database. I thought I might be childhood friends. No, I have never ever interacted with C418 before, if you can believe that. So the gist of this is, anyways, we need to send a shitload of stuff into space. And our options are, let me see if I can, yeah, here they are. Here's our options. So this is, what an odd thing to say. I've said a lot of things in the last minute, or you might be talking to Poo Loader. Anyways, this is compound, this is aluminum, this is tungsten carbide, and this is nanocarbon alloy. Compound is slow as fuck. We don't want to do that. Aluminum could probably do that, but we have tungsten carbide. That's this canister right here. We have 400 of these things. I might have enough here to just straight up finish the event right now. So that is what we're going to be sending. Like in the background, while I do a little bit of work on the factory downstairs, I'm going to set up this auto arm to just grab it off of this storage, shove it in this canister, and then every now and then I just need to come back up here and send it into space, because this cannot be automated. You have to come up here and manually push the button to send this into space for God knows what reason. That's just how it is. So we make do with what we've got. Also, this thing is here because I'm tired of the sky looking all crusty and weird with particles everywhere, and it makes it really hard for me to point at the space elevator when I'm flying through space like I inevitably do every stream. So we're gonna turn that off now. So let's just interact with this thing a couple times. Alright, so that made it worse. How we doing? That didn't help at all. I think one more will set it, or wait a minute. Oh, nope, there we go. All right, we're good. We got the normal sky back. We don't have to look at that anymore. I've been forgetting to do that in like every single stream. He wanted to keep the rights to his music and Microsoft wants it. Yeah, that's fair. That's honestly fair. Microsoft probably wanted to do some gross contract with the C418 music, and he was like, nah, I don't want that. But I respect that. Alright, so anyways, Axa, alright, enjoy your lurk. I know where to find you. I mean, I guess, what, in Discord? I'm not sure what that means. Like, am I gonna need you for something later? So anyways, let's turn this on. Grab that. Grab a cable plug. There we go. And the reason we have this thing over here is because this is going to give me a few care packages. You've never played this game, but you love Astroneer content. I'm always happy to hear that. Like, you don't have to play a game to enjoy watching it. There's a lot of games where I kind of have that standpoint, where I'll enjoy watching somebody play something, but like, I'm not even remotely interested in playing it myself. So hopefully I'm making this interesting to people, even if you never plan on actually playing this crusty old video game. Like, maybe you'll just be amused by my antics and the occasional like flying machine shenanigans that I do. Alright, so let's see how many points this gives us. This should be 40. The one on top isn't going to get sent, so we're going to send 40 of these things away. Each of them is worth 5. That's going to be 200 points, and we need about 2,000 points. So ideally 10 shipments of tungsten carbide is going to be all that we have to send up into space to finish this entire event in one day and get some cosmetics that we're never going to use. So let's have at it. Now for the other thing that we're going to do, this is going to be like the B plot for our stream while we wait for that to go on. Like the letter B, nothing to do with like bees that fly or anything. So it has been 3 months since I last streamed Astroneer. And just to kind of recap on what's been going on, we've essentially just been chipping away. In addition to doing like the events they occasionally run, we've just been chipping away at this everything factory that I have underground here. And we have a few more left. There are 4 things that I want to automate, and they're conveniently packed up in these platforms. And that would be everything that I wanted to build in this factory. We could call the everything factory done. Everything that's practical, at least. There's a few things I could automate that aren't really worth doing. I could make like a packager factory, but this is essentially the gist of it. This will get us all the way up to nanocarbon alloy, which is in this game basically just netherite. Like it's the ultimate material. It's the hardest one to get. It's to be cherished and savored, and we're going to make a factory that can just whip up like 400 of these while I go AFK somewhere off stream. You do wait for the streamer to respond. I mean, that's always nice, but I have been known not to respond to people's chat messages. I mean, you said that message like 3 minutes ago, I think. So don't feel bad if I just like ignore you and then you leave and then I respond. Like that's on me, not you. That's my fault if I do that shit. Like, it's respectable to give like a couple minutes and then you could just bail if the streamer is ignoring you because they're bad at streaming and playing video games. Alright, so anyways, let's get started on this. So in addition to the nanocarbon, we need to make titanium, which is a requirement for it. Diamond, which is not useful in this game, kind of like in Minecraft, where it's also not really useful anymore. I guess it's kind of useful now, you need it for smithing templates. And graphene is a requirement for titanium alloy. So graphene is also a requirement for diamonds, so this is going to be our starting point. We are going to make a graphene factory. Now, I've built a bunch of these before. I usually just explain how I'm going to make the first one, and then from there I just go ahead and whip up the rest of them. So let me go up real quick and check what the timing is on this. How long does it take this thing to fill up? Alright, how are we doing? Alright, it's almost full. And they did send us back some crap, so I have to take these off every now and then. Actually, auto arms and canisters, that's not too bad. I could potentially use those. At least it's not garbage that I just need to shred. Alright, so I'm going to chill here for a second and hydrate while I do this. You need to take a break. All good. I set up stream chat. Yep, there's chat on stream now. This is the first Astroneer stream where we have that. So if you say something embarrassing, it is going to be immortalized in my chat. And if you say something offensive, it'll also be immortalized in my chat, and then I'll ban you. So if you're going to do one of those 2 things, just embarrass yourself. Ideally, don't do either of those things, though. Just be nice. Is this how you're supposed to play the game? No. Not really, no. I'm pushing the limits of what this video game is designed to do. What you're supposed to do in this video game is you're on the starter planet, you make a shitty base with crap all over the place, you fly to the moon, you gather tungsten, and then you lose interest in the game and play something else, because that's as far as the playtesters for this game actually played it. But in theory, if you actually explore all the content in the game, you could build like super factories like this and push the limits of what your frame rate is capable of. It's performing reasonably well right now, so hopefully we won't have any lag. On account of all the power failures I had today, my computer restarted recently, and that means that we're at peak performance for streaming right now before all the lag kicks back in. So there's really no better time to stream. So let's see what we've got here. So here's the graphene. So the dependent items for graphene are hydrazine and graphite. Hydrazine comes from down here. This auto arm can grab the hydrazine through the ceiling, because that's just how these work. I've explained this before. The range is really, really tall on these auto arms. So it's going to be able to grab the hydrazine that's all the way up here. And again, I'll explain the first one of these for anybody who hasn't seen this in a while or is just curious. It's actually going, that auto arm that you could see the like little UI indicator through the ground is directly below this right here, and it is able to grab these hydrazine canisters and pull them through the floor. The other thing we need is the graphite, which is way the hell over here. So what I need to do is figure out where I'm going to build the factory for the graphene and be able to pull both of those things down and hopefully not have to shuttle them across the entire base. It's going to be a little bit inconvenient to say the least, but I think we can make it work. So let's see, well, what do we got to do here? So the hydrazine's all the way over there, and then we've got the graphene, or graphite. It will become graphene. I'm tempted to say I should build it like right over here and try to sort of juggle the graphite across like this small gap here. So that's what I think we're going to do. We're going to build the base factory for the graphene like right here next to the hydrazine, which should make at least part of the materials really easy to get. So let's unpack all the stuff and figure out which one I forgot. And we're going to use roughly the same design as all these other ones here. And since it's been a long time since I've done this, I'm going to kind of be visually just looking at them to figure out what I do. I did mention a few times that there's actually two designs that I've been using for this. One of them has a buffer, which you could see here with this medium storage, and then the other ones just have a single slot. The buffer design is better. I originally built a bunch of these without using it, but for the future ones, I definitely want to use the buffer design. And all this does is make sure that there's always like a full like train load of stuff that we can put on the car that comes through here every now and then. You can see it's all the way over there, and there's a second one somewhere upstairs, but I want to be able to put as many of these as possible on that train when it stops by. And to do that, it's good to have a buffer of like up to 8 of these, because that's more than enough for how long these train cars stay at each station. So we are going to be using this buffer design right here. And I might eventually retrofit all the previous ones to do that. May or may not do that on stream because it's not very interesting, but we're definitely going to build anything new that we do on stream. So let's just pull all this crap off. And let's see if I even remember to bring the materials that I needed. I think yeah, I need to get a medium storage for the buffer. So let me go do that real quick. Those are very fast to make. Or I can just grab one actually. That one. Alright, so here's our buffer. I knew I was going to forget something, or maybe I set these up before I realized I wanted to design it with a buffer. Alright, so we set one of those up. I believe I filled the extra slots with tethers. Let me double check what this looks like over here. I'm going to try to commit to memory how I built this. Alright, so let's see, 2 tethers, storage, the crafting station is over here. And that should be everything I need to worry about, and I'll deal with the logic gates in a moment. I'll explain the logic gates as I build them. And then we'll hopefully be able to do the other 3 faster, and I'll kind of just whip through those without explaining them in extreme detail. But we need to put that there. And let's figure out how we're going to position this. So probably something like this. This is the output side, which I want to be able to deliver to one of these stations. Need to get the graphite from there, so I'll need a couple auto arms for that. And the hydrazine is right here. So let's go ahead and get the hydrazine because that's the low-hanging fruit. There's still thunder outside. I swear to God, if my power goes out again during this stream, I'm gonna be so upset. It could happen. Like, it's pretty far away now, but you never know. Like, just Thor himself has clearly been fed up with my streaming schedule and is just like upset with me, and might just take out my either my power or my internet again. Either of those two things are essentially the end of the stream. If it comes back immediately, I will try to start the stream up again, but if I'm gone for too long, I'll try to send a message in chat, like through my phone. It'll just be stream canceled at that point. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, and at the very least I'd like to finish the damn event before that happens. So let's see, what do we need to do here? Pull some power over to this. I'm sort of winging it with the positioning of these buildings. There's a few things I have to watch out for, like making sure this arm can't put things where I don't want them. But besides that, it's not terribly complicated. Alright, so let's see here. Got a few more auto arms. I'm gonna need a couple extras, so let me go upstairs, send another shipment of tungsten away, and then grab a couple extra auto arms. If I could just stop getting stuck on crap. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, that's convenient. Auto arms. I do need platforms for them, though. Oh, I love having random garbage put in my inventory. Nothing warms my cockles more than that. Alright, so I'll just put all this junk here. These things aren't terribly useful to me, but I will eventually use some of it. I'm going to just shred the power generators, though, because they just cause lag more than anything else. Like, imagine needing an organic generator at this point in your playthrough. Alright, I think I got everything. Yeah, I got everything. Alright, off we go. Got a couple of small ones. Actually, I have my... Let me pull this down instead. This abomination just has a bunch of pre-crafted junk that I make before stream, so you don't have to watch me print things. I do it for you, chat. And myself to some extent, because I also prefer to print things in bulk instead of just doing it on the spot, and it just takes so much longer to do it like that. So we make things ahead of time here. We plan ahead. So I need a couple of these. Couple arms. Alright, and then what we gotta do here is juggle this over. So this is always really just, I just kind of gotta eyeball this. It's very hard to move things across a compact base like this. If compact is the word you'd use for this, it's really just spaghetti. So we stick that one there. Alright, so we need to pull the graphite down from here. And again, the graphite is auto-magically getting pulled through the floor or ceiling. It's technically a floor and a ceiling. It just depends on your perspective. And we need to get that all the way over to that chemistry lab. And we're probably going to need at least 2 of these to do that. So that can reach both graphite spawns, I'm pretty sure. Let me move it a little closer. Yep, that's a good angle. That's where I wanted that. Alright, so we stick that one there. I'm pretty sure it cannot place in these 2 slots, but let me actually move it just a teeny bit so it definitely can't. Game. See, this is a video game, chat. This is a video game with features, and sometimes features just don't work correctly. If anybody here can explain why this thing has decided that it just wants to be lopsided and tilted like this, then it'd be my guess, because I have no idea. But I move it a couple inches and suddenly it's fine again. You never know. Sometimes these things just don't make sense and you gotta roll with it. Alright, so we need an intermediate storage platform. I think I did something like this with the steel. I actually used this horrible extended platform here, but we'll make do with just small platforms for now. Oh my goodness, look at all these money hole donations. Floating point error. I think it's actually because this particular platform here has like janky collision on the spot that my cursor is on. Like, if anybody remembers the space elevator episode where we spent 6 hours making a space elevator between Silva and Calidor, the side of this thing actually functions as terrain for the purposes of some game interactions, and that might be what's causing this thing to tilt strangely. Like, having this physical terrain, like, the game thinks there's a terrain object, like, right here, and it's somehow using that to level this platform. That would be my guess for why that's happening. But that bug allowed us to make the space elevator, so I can only complain so much about it. Alright, so the biggest issue we're going to have here is these 2 arms are going to want to place things on this medium platform, and this game is stupid, so they're absolutely going to put things there instead of where I want them to be. So I need to get this platform, like, just out of range of those. And I think the way that I want to do that is to actually stick it, like, directly under them. Because, like, the collisions in this game are really just a suggestion, and that right there should prevent either of those arms from interacting with this little storage. Let me rotate it a bit so it looks more aesthetically pleasing. Because making your base look pretty definitely makes it work better. It doesn't. I wish it did. Okay, that's good enough for me. Alright, so if we do something awful like that, and then rotate this one a bit more. Yep, cool. Oh, but if I move it just a tiny bit, it's fine again. So that should work. Neither of these arms can place crap on this platform. And just to make sure, I can put that there. That'll restrict like what they have access to a little bit more. Something like this, maybe. That should work. I can test that real quick. Let me turn this on. You see, this is why we test things here. Imagine a universe where this arm was able to actually place something on this platform, and I think it's because a teeny tiny little pixel of this like circular range actually overlaps the side of this one right here, and then the game is like, oh, okay, you can fill all the way over here on this side. Just a gigaflex for getting things to look nice is a logistical nightmare. Yeah, this doesn't look nice, but you saw the upper part of the base. Like, the upper part of the base is the bit that looks nice. Down here, we full spaghetti. It was very difficult to get the upside of the base to like look as good as it does. Like with everything squared off and reasonably well organized, I completely gave up down here. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that overlap. Let's go. All right, so now surely it cannot actually place things in that spot. There's no way. There's no shot. It can put stuff in my backpack, though. That's cool. I love that. Okay, there we go. We got it. It works now. I will dispose of these later. Let's put them over here for now. Covered by a coat of paint. It's a really nice coat of paint, all right? And at least what I built down here seems to work correctly. All right, so let's go ahead and power that. I need to somehow get power to this platform that's like embedded in here. Well, I guess actually no, I don't need to power that platform. It doesn't matter as long as I connect the other arm somewhere else. So never mind, we don't need to power that platform. So that's the only spot that the graphite can go. And now I need to, where's the other one I made? Now I need to pull the graphite off of it. So we just need to be able to get the edge of that. So what I can do is I can swap these because we confirmed that it can't place in either of these slots. And turn it on, it just won't do anything. So we can use that slot. Boy, I wish this game had pipes. Alright, so we can grab that one, and then we need to just get it to like these little crafting nodes here. So I can just move this thing a bit closer, and that should be enough. Something like this probably, and that'll allow that arm to interact with the top. And this one as well. It can reach up here. Alright, so now let's set our graphene. And then when I turn these on, it'll pull graphite all the way over there, and I shouldn't have anything else get put in these spots, so that'll always work. You'd watch me play Factorio. Factorio is on the list of potential games that I'll stream after this, but I think I'm more likely going to play Oxygen Not Included to like replace Astroneer when I consider it done. But there may be Factorio in the future. Like they're working on a DLC. It'll be like a year before it comes out. So assuming I haven't become like a toxic Overwatch streamer by then, or like I do like I make NFTs or do like body cam videos, I might end up streaming that DLC. Hopefully I won't sell out by then, or just burn out. I'm trying not to burn out here. That's part of why I don't stream very often. I try to make my streams good, and I try not to do it so often that I just suddenly hit a wall where I just don't know what I want to do anymore and burn out. So the lack of streams serves a purpose, even if that's not a very good excuse. I definitely don't want to burn out. I enjoy doing this, but if I had to do this more often, I would probably not enjoy it so much. Should stream Overwatch. What? Oh, I'm sorry. You'd like to ban people? I mean, honestly, I think Overwatch is a good game to stream if you just want to ban people, because that is not a very good community. Like, it's not the worst community ever. It's not like streaming League of Legends or anything, but it's definitely not ideal. There are better things you could do. Yeah, I'm never streaming League of Legends. I don't want to play that game at all. Like I've mentioned, I occasionally play Overwatch more than I really should, but I don't want to stream Overwatch, and I absolutely don't want to even play League of Legends. Like I wouldn't even consider doing that. It's a wretched game, and the community is absolute dog shit. So let's see, what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm thinking how I want to rig up the storage sensors. It's advantageous to have as few auto arms active as possible because every single entity in this game causes lag, and every entity that you have turned on causes even more lag. So I have this base set up to have as few auto arms active as possible. The ones that are lowered are all turned off, and as you can see here, nearly every auto arm in the base is turned off because there's nothing for them to do. There's nowhere for them to put their resources, or I don't need a particular material. The only ones that are active are the ones that have the potential to do something useful. So for the graphite arms, and for the hydrazine arm, we need to decide when this is going to be turned on. And the condition for that is going to be that we need graphite, or we need graphene in the buffer. I'm going to be mixing up the word graphite and graphene constantly for the whole stream because my small brain can't like function properly, so I apologize. Just bear with me. I'll try not to do it too much. So anyways, we need to set up... Where are my sensors? Storage sensor. Alright, so we need a storage sensor on the side of this thing, and this is going to detect whether or not this thing is full. If it's not full, we make graphene. So let me rotate it so the little indicator light is facing upward. This does not matter at all, but it looks pretty this way. And we need to set this one to full or not full. And now it's time for logic gates. So let me go look at my visual aid here to make sure I'm building this consistently. Like I know how to make this, but I want to make sure I'm building it consistently between each of these. Yeah, that's how we detected it. Okay, I'll explain this as I make it, but I need a power sensor and 2 switches in order to do this. And I think I didn't put those on the silo. No, actually I did. Excellent. So here's our power switches and a power sensor. And since I wasn't set up to do the buffered design, I will have to get a couple more, but I have plenty on this grotesque platform here. Alright, so logic gates in Astroneer 101. This is all you need to make AND and OR gates, and if you can make AND or NOT gates, you're set to go. You can make a computer. You can make a computer in this game. Would not recommend it. This game is laggy, and your computer will stop working if it has too many components in it. Go do that in Minecraft if you're going to do that. But I'm just saying it is technically possible to do it. And we're going to make like a very basic like logic gate to decide whether or not these auto arms are turned on. You don't even need the OR gate. You're probably right. I don't know as much about like the electrical engineering side of like computers and which logic gates you technically need in order to make one. But essentially AND, OR, and NOT are the ones that I consider to be like the basics. As long as it's easy to make those, you're good to go. You need a NAND gate or a NOR gate. Okay. Do you need like NOT specifically, or does that get combined into the AND or the OR gate to get that functionality? The people in chat always just show me up. Every time I bring up this subject, somebody in chat like knows way more about it than I do, and I'm just like, all right, if you say so. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that makes sense, and then I just move on with my life. It's something I'd like to know a little bit more about, but I'm a software developer. I work with like kind of a higher level like stuff. So I don't know as much about like the nitty-gritty of like computation and logic as I should, because I tend to work with like the programming languages themselves. I haven't had to dig down into the actual hardware level of things to know like what do you actually need to build a computer. All right, so we're going to connect these gates in a moment, but first let me attach them to the auto arms. So again, what this is going to do is control whether or not we pull in the raw materials that we need to produce the graphene. So this thing is going to turn the arms on or off based on the state of this AND gate that we're building down here. So we have one there, and then we need to connect to these. So one there, and then one more for the other one here. Like so. Alright, so those will all turn on or off depending on whether or not this logic condition is met. However, I need a battery. I didn't put that in the silo either, did I? God, I did not come prepared for this. Well, we have batteries here. I came partially prepared. From one space game to another. Yep, I tried to put a lot of like space game music in this playlist, and as well as like building games. There's like Factorio music. There's some Age of Empires music that I added recently. It fits. I think it fits the aesthetic of this game because this is not an action-packed game. And I'm just like, you know, we can just have a nice soothing soundtrack for this game that isn't just full of like bangers. That's what the Spelunky soundtrack is for. Not Spelunky's soundtrack, but rather the playlist I play instead of Spelunky's soundtrack. Alright, so let's see here. We've got our 2 conditions. So let me go double check which order I usually do this in. I think... Okay, so there's going to be 2 conditions in this AND gate. I mean, it could be 3 or more. There had to be at least 2, or it doesn't really make... Well, actually... I mean, I guess you could have an AND gate with 1 input, and then it's just a... It just passes the signal through, but that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So there's 2 things we care about. Do I need graphene, and do I have space in the buffer? If both of those things are true, we want these auto arms to be turned on. Right now, I just have these both turned on right now, but as you can see, if I turn off either condition, this arm and the 2 graphite arms get turned off. So that'll turn it off, that'll turn it off, and if they're both off, it won't work. And that's an AND gate. So let's hook up those conditions. The first thing that we care about is this one here. So if I could get the giant collision for the tethers out of the way for a second, I can interact with this and attach it to the first one. And what this is going to do is, when this thing meets its full condition, it's going to turn off the power switch. And when it's not full anymore, it's going to turn it on. So this should be in the on state right now because we're not full. And the way this works is these wires send pulses. This is a pulse-based signal, and if you want constant signals, you need to use a power supply. And that's what this device is for. There's kind of 2 wiring systems in this game. So you could think of this one as kind of like redstone in Minecraft with like constant power supply. Like, is the redstone line on or off? But then the pulses here for these wires work like they do in Terraria, where they send a single condition. Whenever a condition is met or not met, a pulse gets sent through the wire and it toggles everything that it's attached to. It's a little confusing. I don't know why they did it both ways. I would prefer like steady signals. I think they're easier to work with, but it is what it is. You have to just keep in mind if you're building something like this, that these are pulse-based, but then these are constant steady signals. Little weird, but these are all the tools you need to make this happen. So let's see. Now the other condition is, do I need graphene? And what I've been doing for all these designs here is I have these segment pins in the ceiling. So I'll show this. This segment pin is actually detecting how much graphene we have, specifically whether or not the primary canister is filled. I need to remember to send this away before my computer crashes or something and I fail the event. Alright, so you can see the highlighted pin here. It goes up through the floor, all the way up to here, and it is checking the overflow canister. That's what this is detecting. So if this canister has any resources in it, then that means that this canister over here is filled, and the overflow canister is starting to back up. And that signal will basically send a pulse every time the condition is met or not met, which will toggle the power switch that I have downstairs. And then that power switch will basically tell the factory whether or not it can turn on or off, depending on how much of that material we need. Let's send this away again. We didn't get any care package crap that time around. I think that's the 4th one we've sent, so we're almost halfway done with that. And that signal runs all the way down here, and all we have to do is extend it to anything that cares about how much graphene we have, which in this case is just the graphene factory. So I'll just pitch my camera up. This is good. Devs, please add a first-person camera. We need to run that all the way over here. Yep, good angle. Look at my thighs right now. Look at this Astroneer's, like, just the hips don't lie. Put that right there, and we currently need the material, so we turn that on. And that is the first half of the logic that we need for this. This is the only skin that looks like this. Like, this is like the Desert Wanderer one, I think, but for some reason, like, this one's got hips. And I kind of like it. I like it. All the other ones look very masculine. I kind of like this one. It's a change of pace from the other, just the fat boy, like, astronaut skins that all the other ones, like, kind of portray. So, got that over here. All right, I think we're good to go. So this is going to fill up the buffer, and then these arms are going to turn off because the buffer is filled. We'll actually see that happen in a second. And then the second half of the problem is we need to unload all of our materials. So this will be finished in a moment. I do like to watch these things to make sure they work instead of finding out later that they're broken. And there we go. That condition is no longer met. The auto arm's all turned off, and our base is now waiting. It's waiting for me to unload this thing. And that's what these are for. Not this one. This one. Hydrate. Thank you, Adam. Also, hello. And hello, Middle Sun. I don't think I said hello specifically. I did acknowledge your chat message, though. So I'm only a partially bad streamer. So here's where we have a situation where I kind of want to only have one auto arm in order to do this. Ideally, you get... let me shift this around a little bit. Ideally, I can get it to be centered on this. A little more. You can shuffle this stuff around however you really like, as long as everything is able to reach the stuff that you want it to. I could probably rotate this whole contraption and get this to be reachable. Let's make a few little adjustments here. Alright, so this arm can reach the entire output. In fact, it can reach it with a little bit of leeway, so let me move it out a bit. Yeah, so the grab range for these auto arms can reach all of that, including the ones that are above it. Again, I say this every stream, but I think it's important for anyone who does care about this game. The auto arm reach is not a sphere like the shape that you see here. You can see how it's kind of spherical. It's a circle on the ground, but then it's also curving as you go higher up. It's actually a capsule, and a capsule in video games is a hemisphere, a cylinder, and then a hemisphere on the top. And that's what the shape actually is. It's a hemisphere on the bottom. It's, I think, like eight grid units tall. The character is about 2 grid units for comparison. I consider it to basically be a meter, so it's about 8 meters tall, 8 to 10, and then another hemisphere on the top of that. So it's actually a really, really, really tall range. It can reach almost up to the ceiling. Like, that's how these arms are able to grab stuff that's on the top of these, like, platforms here. So it's good to know about that. You really just need to get the circle on the floor to be overlapping the thing you want to pick up, and then it will probably be able to reach unless it's really high up. They don't go down very far unless you flip them upside down. Like, it's relative to the orientation of the arm. So if I were to rotate this arm sideways, the capsule would protrude sideways instead. Not very intuitive, but I think, like, graphics wise, it's hard to depict a capsule. It's much easier to get your GPU to render a sphere like this with a boundary that overlaps like solid, like, I guess polygons would be the way to put it. So that's probably why they didn't depict the whole thing. That said, I wish they had depicted the whole thing. Anyways, we got that set up. Let me put a filter on this before I forget. And this is going to be our output arm. So let me shift all this stuff around to be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. And how do we want to power this? I don't like having the long cable like this. It looks a little bit weird coming out the side like that. This doesn't matter at all, but I prefer to have like the shortest possible connections on these cables, so that's a little bit more elegant looking. And then the logic gate, I'm going to shift it over a bit so it's closer to the thing that it's logicking. That's a word, I think. Put that there. There we go. Did I fight the Astrone dragon and beat the game yet? Sorry to disappoint you, Adam. There is no dragon in this game. I have not beat the game yet. I mean, I've beat the game yet, but I haven't gone through like the final button press that finishes the game, because I want to do that like when I say I'm finished with this game. And the thing is, when I'm finished with this game, I'm not actually done playing it. Like, I'll probably come back to it whenever they add new content. But when I reach a stream where I could safely say there's nothing left for me to do, I'm not going to play this again until they add new content, that is going to be the stream where I actually press the button that says you win. That'll be when that happens. Until then, though, we're not going to beat the game because of reasons. And it doesn't matter. The ending of this game is very underwhelming, not to spoil it for anyone. It's about the journey, not the destination. Alright, I think I need one more power switch for this. What we're doing here, hopefully should be obvious at this point, is I'm making another one of these logic gates. And this is going to be the condition for offloading it. And new content equals pumpkin theme. And that really is like what the content usually is. They did add an update fairly recently, but it didn't add any new content. It added a new like game mode editor where you can just toggle a bunch of sliders. Like I haven't really acknowledged that yet on this stream, so I guess I'll say that now. The new thing that they added, like the custom game modes thing, is just sliders and checkboxes for things that are already in the game. So you might not be surprised to know that I'm a little underwhelmed by it because of that. But that's what they added to the game, is just sliders. You could change like how often specific features generate in the game and stuff like that. It's not bad. Like I'm fine that they added it. It's just a little disappointing because I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in making a save that just has like a million cactus plants or something in it that'll shoot at me. Like that's not what I play this game for. So it's a little bit of an underwhelming update because of that. Let me hook this up like this. I'll explain what I'm doing with this battery once I'm done with it. So that was the new update. They basically didn't fix any fucking bugs either. I complain about this every stream, so we're not gonna go into that too much, but there's so many bugs in this game, especially in the late game, and they never fix any of them. They just add new content to the game and then call it a day. It's probably more fun than fixing the bugs, like the floating particle emitters that I have packagers attached to, like this one over here. Like, why is there a floating packager here? Well, you see that dust cloud is actually a solid collision, and you could put packagers on it, you could stand on it, you can get your vehicle stuck on it, and if you clip into it in the wrong way, your character, like, will get stuck in a floating state. Let me see if I can make that happen. A little bit hard because the packager also has collision. Yeah, I can't get my character stuck in it right now. Just take my word for it that it's there. There's another one over there. You can see the dust coming off of it. Those will block your vehicle. So if you have played this game and you have a spot in your base where your rover gets stuck all the fucking time and you have no idea why, like 90% chance that it's actually a particle emitter with solid collision blocking your rover. So now you know about that. And I reported that bug to the devs on their Discord, and then they removed the Discord channel where you can report bugs like a week after I reported it. So that basically just sent the message to me that they don't care and they just want to add new content to the game. So that's why I always get salty whenever this subject comes up, because these devs do not want to polish their game. They just want to add new stuff to it. Which, like, if you're going to make a video game, you need to make your game work correctly. Like, you got to make it functional. You can't just keep adding new crap to it. Eventually it's going to turn into a mess, and that'll come back and get you. Or just toxic streamers like Cosine256 will whine about your game constantly and nothing will ever happen. Single-handedly eliminated all bugs. I do not have the power to fix bugs in this game. All I could do is complain about them and desperately hope that Devin chat will actually listen to me and fix them. Also fix the camera. Just for Devin chat, if you happen to be here. This dude reported the one thing we can't fix. Delete the bug reporter. I know that's not the reason why they took it down. I think the reason they actually took the bug reporter down is because their Discord is full of like 11-year-old children who do not know how to do proper bug reports, and it was probably just a fucking mess. Like, I think they just did not want to process like the quality of the bug reports that they were receiving. My bug report was like professional as fuck. It was like, yeah, here are the reproduction steps. Here's exactly why it's a problem. Here's how you make it happen. Here's like a save file that has an example of it. Except I couldn't submit the save file because the permissions weren't set up correctly on Discord. But I had the save file where I was standing on top of one of these things. And then they took it down probably because of all the children, like, just complaining that their rover was stuck in the floor for like the 50th time, even though there were already like 70 more bug reports about that. They know that rovers sink through the floor, folks. It's actually harder to fix than it sounds like, and that's why I'm not complaining about that nearly as much as the particle emitters, where they literally just need to go into the fucking Unreal Engine and untick the checkbox that says solid collision to fix this bug. Or just let me delete them by like digging the terrain around them, like every other like cosmetic like stalactite and rock that generates in this game. That's why I'm complaining about this and not the rovers falling through the floor. We all know the rovers fall through the floor in this game. The collision engine is very hard to fix. That bug is not. There we go. Okay, rant over. Let's go. Let's see what we got from the care package today. We got some junk. power switch. Okay, we might actually be able to use that. Put that there. These we're gonna shred. Splitter, we're probably gonna shred that as well. Box repeater, and we've emptied it out, so let's go ahead and ship this one off. The shitty bug reports in Minecraft. I'm stuck in a hole, zombies. I'm sure Minecraft's like the Jira like bug reporter that Minecraft has, I think is up to like, oh god, what number is it up to? I'm actually gonna check this real quick. I'm curious. What number of bug reports do they have on that bug reporter now? Let's see. This is important. Let me ship this off. No, I don't need to log into this. Just fucking... Oh my god, I hate this bug reporter so much. I know I don't need to log into this. Just let me browse. Issues. Not Bedrock Edition. It looks like they're almost up to 200,000 based on what I'm seeing here. Or is that? No, that's just Pocket Edition. Hold on. Oh, they're past 200,000. They're up to like 265,000 right now. I could guarantee like 90% of those bugs are either not bugs or repeats of existing bugs that like people have already reported before. Like, people don't know how to report bugs in a professional manner. And that, as a developer, like, I worked in a company where professionals were the ones reporting the bugs to us, and they still fucking had terrible bug reports. Like, it is so hard to get somebody to coherently explain, like, what the problem is that they're having, how to reproduce it, why it's an issue to them, so that you can, like, decide how to prioritize it. And it's because the people playing these games are children and not software developers. So, like, I feel for them. I think that is why they took down the bug reporting section on their Discord, is not because I reported a bug about a particle emitter that it would take a developer 1 hour to fix and test. It's because every other fucking bug report they got was made by a child who just was upset that they lost their stuff in a cave and couldn't figure out where it was. Like, it's unfortunate, but it's rough being a developer where you have to like deal with the public and deal with like incoherent bug reports. But you know what a good solution to that problem is? Don't make a broken game. And then you could basically just like low prioritize the bug reports and only pay attention to the ones that get reported all the goddamn time, because odds are all the other ones you get are not terribly important. Like, just look at Factorio. That game is almost like completely flawless. And the bug reports they do get are probably just like really minor things. Like, if your game is broken like this, you're gonna get a shitload of like bug reports, many of them valid, many of them not. If you make a game that actually works properly, maybe you'll get less like fluff in the midst of all of it. But I don't know, maybe that's just me complaining about something that's impractical to deal with. I don't know what the engine for this game looks like under the hood. It might be pretty bad, as these games often are. Alright, so priorities. Let's see here. We got that hooked up. So the next signal that we're interested in, I guess the order of these doesn't really matter. Let me swap it to the middle one, just because I think that looks a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Because we're going to have a signal coming from the ceiling. Wait, actually, are we going to have a signal from the ceiling? Hold on, let me go check the logic that I built over here. Yeah, we're back to logic gates. Oh yeah, the last one's an off switch. That's what it is. Okay. So we do want to hook it up like this. I forgot I had already taken care of one of these checks in the other gate. Alright, so what are we doing for this one? We have a storage sensor. This storage sensor is testing whether or not we're empty. If there's nothing here, then there's nothing to do with the output. Then the second thing that we're going to check is the train in the station, which means stopping right here, waiting to unload resources. And that comes from this particular, like, segment pin here. So we stick it on the side of that. And then the last thing that we care about is this is the manual override that I have the ability to control this myself pretty much. For now, I want it to be turned on. I could just turn this off manually. It will not be connected to a power switch of any sort. And that's just a third condition for my AND gate. Then I need a power sensor. So let's head up here. I think it's time to send another shipment. Yeah, the Manuel override. My name is not Manuel. It doesn't really work very well. We need a power sensor. Looks like this is full. We didn't get a care package. Off we go. All right, we're more than halfway done with this event. Very, very riveting content for these like recurring events that they add to the game. But to be fair, I don't really know what else they could add for these events, so I'll give them a pass on that one. My snails are gonna get hungry soon. I need to go up and get them more food. But you're gonna hear a deafeningly loud noise that is another bug that I would have reported had they not removed the bug report section. There's a feedback loop with the portable oxygenator. If you have a snail powering it, it's unpleasant to say the least. So hopefully we won't have to deal with that. It just makes a loud hissing noise. So let's see here. And that's gonna power the auto arm. Excel. And that should be it. So this auto arm, let's see, what are the conditions? We have materials, so that one's turned on. The train is not in the station, so that should be turned off right now. And the arm should therefore be turned off. And then my manual override is on. That should be everything. There's a couple Diddy Kong Racing like songs I added to some of these playlists as well. That's a recent development. I did not realize that game had such a good soundtrack. Probably hella nostalgic if you played the game too, but I did not play Diddy Kong Racing. I was a Mario Kart 64 child. Alright, so as you can see here, we unload a couple of these, and that was pretty fast, so I might want to add another delay repeater. But the train came into the station, all three of these conditions were met, and the arm took a few items off of the buffer before the train moved on. I don't have a way to make the trains wait at the station until everything has been loaded into them, because the system that the devs gave us is extremely limited. So I basically just have the train stop at each station for like a few seconds, depending on how much stuff I think might be unloaded onto it, and then it moves on to the next one. And there's two trains running through this like rail loop. So the next one will be here in about, I think, like 2 or 3 minutes. I forget exactly what the cycle is. I might be able to add a third train, but that will cause problems at some point because they get called backwards. I'm not going to go into extreme detail about that because I've explained that a lot before, and I'm not going to change the rail in this particular stream, but it is very hard to make like a rail system that can like deliver things in a loop like this without the trains getting broken, because they eventually like get called backwards by these rail posts because there's a bug that prevents the rail posts from working correctly. And I had to set up a weird like running timer. Windows, I do not need to fucking install some updates. Jesus Christ. Why do you always pick the worst times to do this? Ugh. Windows, please. We can take this upstairs now. I think we're about done with this one. It's always that. It's like, you need some updates. No, fam. Oh, there's the other train. We could watch it from up here real quick. Actually, no, we really can't. Okay, you could actually see the arm down there doing its thing. So it unloads 1, 2, only 2. I'm gonna add another delay to that. Yeah, Windows always picks the worst times for this shit. It's like, I just updated like a week ago, and you're already nagging me about more updates to add more bloatware to my computer that I really don't need. I don't have a spot for these. Let me put them over here. See if it breaks my taskbar. That hasn't happened in a while. I haven't had an update ruin my desktop or my taskbar for a while, but you never know. Anything is possible with Windows. I only have Windows 10. Maybe I need to get Windows 11 and give up like the rest of my privacy, and then I won't have to do this anymore. Hey, Clippy here. You know, at least Clippy was like nostalgic. Clippy is nostalgic now. I have no nostalgia for the Windows 10 updates getting like increasingly more intrusive like the further the timeline goes. There we go. This thing's full again. Damn it, Windows. Why are you like this? Let's see. I think everything is good to go for that one. So let's go have a look at that and see how it turned out. See if I forgot anything. All right, the repeater. That's what I needed. Let me go get a delay repeater. We're gonna make the train stay at that particular station for just a little bit longer, so it has time to unload a couple more items. The buffer is not gonna get fully emptied, but it'll be reasonably close. There it is, delay repeater. Well, not reasonably close. It'll unload enough items for me to consider it to be passable. I've said before about this base is not optimized for throughput. This is not Factorio. You cannot do that. This game is way too crusty and limited for me to efficiently do that without just making a lag fest of logic gates everywhere. Like, if you think this already looks complicated, this would be so much worse if I was actually like counting how many slots I had left on these trains. Don't want to do that. Don't want to deal with that. We're making sort of like eventually it works factory, like eventual like consistency. When you make a material in this factory, it will eventually find its way up into the storage. And that's really all that I'm aiming for here, because it's just so difficult, so convoluted, so tedious to make one that works better than that. So there we go. We just added an additional 25 cycles. How long is a cycle, you ask? I have no idea. It varies. It ends up being about, I think, like 2 or 3 seconds. Let's see, 1, 2. It's about 2.5 seconds, but I don't think it's 10 cycles per second. I'm pretty sure the number varies. Oh god, I forgot about the snails. Oh fuck, oh god. It's something like that. I don't know why they couldn't have just made it like game ticks or something, because it doesn't even seem to be game ticks. I really don't know what it's based on. You know, I'll let you hear the sound for a second. This right here. This is what happens with this feedback loop if you have an oxygenator on your back like this. I don't know why. It doesn't happen if you're not near a power source. Well, I mean, I do know why, but I don't know why they haven't fixed this. It's a feedback loop where the game is basically powering my backpack from the base, which gives my oxygenator 1 tick of power, which says, no, you don't need a connection to the base anymore. So it disconnects me from the base, so I stop getting power from the base, which means my oxygenator runs out of power, which means that, yeah, you can actually see it flickering here, which means my oxygenator runs out of power, which means it reconnects me to the base and makes the hissing sound that you get when you're connected to the base in an infinite loop forever until I feed the power snail and disconnect my signal again. Video games are hard to make, chat. Imagine getting a bug report like that instead of a 12-year-old saying my oxygenator is hissing at me. What do I do? Maybe they would actually do something if I was the only person allowed to submit bug reports for this game. And God knows I'd like to think so. Why didn't it make it stop? Alright, you know what, Beck? Make a clip of that moment and just play it on loop in the background. Or don't. Please don't make a clip of that. It'd be stupid, and I'll be confused about why somebody made that clip later. You just started playing Odyssey and this is the music you hear. And it's a jam. Like, I picked out my favorite music from a lot of different games to put on streams like this. And what a coincidence, you just happen to be playing Odyssey. Alright, so anyways, what are we doing here? We just added this delay timer. I think everything here works. I think our graphene factory is done. So what I want to do is I want to inspect 1 full cycle of this thing. So we know that the first half works. It's going to produce the graphene. It's not going to have a spot to output, which means the system is just going to become stationary. Nothing can happen. We're waiting for one of the trains to come through, which should happen in probably less than a minute. Where's the train? It's not up there. So it's all the way back there in the storage right now. A train is going to roll down this line in just a moment, and that's going to be the one that picks up a few items. I want it to be able to unload like 3 or 4 items ideally. You hope I have approval. Yeah, about that. Look, Nintendo, this is for the best. I'm advertising your game. Like, Mario Odyssey has really great music in it, and I would really like to support your game by sharing your beautiful music, like, with the community. Maybe somebody will buy a Switch and play Odyssey on it if I play your music and give credit. Surely that's good enough for you, right? You're not going to copyright claim my channel. You would never do something like that. Okay, this is taking longer than it was supposed to. There it is. Alright, that's what we're waiting for, this bad boy. Oh god, no, please don't. Don't tell Nintendo. I mean, I could make do without the Nintendo music, but I mean, there's a lot of good music. For how shitty Nintendo is as a company, like, the people that make the games know what they're doing. There's some bangers in those games as well. Pikmin 4. Yeah, I do want to listen to Pikmin 4's OST. I haven't done that yet. I haven't listened to the Forgotten World OST for Kirby either. I want to do that at some point. Because those are franchises that can have some good music, and Pikmin especially could have a lot of really calm music for like the Science or Astroneer streams. So I will look at that at some point. All right, we got 2, 3. I think it's gonna grab a 4th one, but not drop it off. And there goes the train. All right, that's good enough for me, I think. So we offload 3 of these per cycle from the train, assuming there's room on the train storage. Street Fighter 6. I haven't listened to that. I don't think I've listened to any of the Street Fighter music. I should add that to my list. I'm gonna make a note right now to add Street Fighter music to my list. I mean, I guess Guile's theme exists. Yeah, I should listen to the Street Fighter OSTs at some point. It may be months before any of that makes it into my playlist for these streams, but I'll definitely try it out. Ooh, jazzy, I like that. I don't know if they keep the same like genre between their games, but I definitely like that kind of music, so we'll see how that works. In the future, there might be Street Fighter 6 music on the playlist. And possibly from the other games as well. You like jazz? Not at all like 5. Okay, so there's variety then. I'll definitely give them all a listen then. Even if I don't like one of them, maybe the other games will have something I like. I have to like the music to even bother like playing it on my streams though. Like it's my stream and it's ultimately my opinion on the matter. I like to think my music tastes are at least reasonably decent. But there'll be songs that just don't make it on the list because I don't particularly enjoy the song. And that's just how opinions work. Believe it or not, sometimes people have different opinions, and that's okay. I do try to avoid music that I think is like super weird and niche. So I've just gone for stuff that generally has a lot of approval from the public, and also I enjoyed a lot. We're done with the graphene. So graphene has been a pain in the ass because it's a requirement for a lot of basic materials. Well, not basic, but a lot of like important materials. Essentially everything here, diamonds, titanium alloy, and nanocarbon alloy all depend on graphene. So the lack of a graphene factory has meant that we have been extremely low on all the materials that depend on it, and we no longer need to have that problem. Oh my god, it gave me 4. I didn't even know you could get that many of these from this. Boy, good thing we have 3 solar arrays on top of the gateway over there, so we don't need these. If anybody's wondering, by the way, how this base is powered, here, I'll show you real quick. That is how this base is powered. And I think is there a 4th one? I forget if I placed a 4th one anywhere. No, it's just a 3. I lost count of how many of these I had. This is how my base is powered. I towed these. One of these is from Silva, like one of these is from another planet. And I towed it over to this base. That is providing all the power for this base, and then I have a battery bank for nighttime. Yes, I could have built this base on one of the poles, but you know what? That's boring. So instead, I decided to give myself the logistic problem of needing to deal with the power overnight, and this is how I solved that problem. With this really sick-looking array of batteries that is definitely not an extreme fire hazard. I need to get more hydrazine now. Do I need a graphene calc? God damn it. I got halfway through that chat message before I figured out where you were going with that. Thank you, Adam. Never change. No one in their right mind would do that. The fact that one of these solar arrays is from Silva is really my favorite part of this. I towed this solar array over the space elevator on a previous stream and just brought it to Calidor where it provides more power because similar to my home state of Arizona, Calidor is also a desert that gets an excessive amount of sunlight. So really, it's really just like home to be on this place. Basically underneath the sun, or perhaps on the surface of the sun, depending on what time of year it is. And as you know, the sun is a deadly laser, and there is no blanket here, so I just get the full blast. Just full, like, solar agony. And what better way to play a video game than to just remind yourself of your miserable home constantly. Let's go ahead and make the diamonds now. Play song, I will get a taste of Street Fighter 6. Okay. We're just gonna play it, whatever it is. Oh my. Alright, I'm just gonna leave that playing in the background for a moment. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to absolutely give this a listen. Anyways, Diamond Factory. So for diamonds, all we need is graphene. Hey look, graphene, and a bunch of empty space around it. This should be easy. And I hope it is. So let's see, what do we need to do here? Probably set it up right here. And for the output, this is a station right here, so we already have one set up. We don't have to make a new one. And what do I have on the ground over here? I don't know why I have this tall storage, but I have an auto arm. This is hella jazzy, my god. Kind of reminded of Persona a little bit. I wonder if there's any overlap, like the composers. I need to listen to the Persona OSTs as well. Alright, so that'll be able to reach. And graphene is the only thing you need for diamonds. You just mash them together with your chemistry lab, or in Minecraft you do that with your bare hands. I don't know why I need a chemistry lab to do that. Well, I guess in Minecraft you mash together the diamonds into blocks, which is probably a considerable amount of energy to do, but you can't make diamonds in Minecraft, not without mods. So I need to make sure that the graphene cannot be placed on the output. So let me get another medium storage. The throwback, okay, I'll have to definitely give Street Fighter 3 a look as well. Or a listen, rather. Like, I don't care for the Street Fighter games at all. Like, the fighting game genre does nothing for me. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate the music from these games. Alright, so slap that one there. I need my filler tethers. Where are they? Should be on this silo. There they are. And it's not just generic fight music. This could absolutely be like Persona music, and that is a good soundtrack. So I mean that's high praise for a game. Yeah, I don't know why I made all these tall storages. I don't know what my brain was doing when I set these up. It's been so long since I set these up. It's been, again, 3 months since I last played this game, and these have been sitting down here like collecting dust for that whole time. So we'll just make do with what we got. Put this abomination right there. This is going to take the diamonds out of the storage and put them on the train. Diamonds are very simple to make. It's just having to make the graphene first was the limiting factor on this. So that can reach the whole train. Yeah, hook these up. And it can reach the entire storage. I believe this is all we're going to need. Now I need to make sure that this arm can't reach any of that, which it shouldn't be able to. I don't think it can output onto that medium storage because it won't be able to like see this as a valid like storage target. If I took this off, it could fill these 2 slots, but I'm pretty sure it cannot fill this storage. I don't think that's how those checks work. And we can find out in a second anyways, so hook this up. Now we just listen to a banger. Let's skip to something else that's a little more upbeat than the Starbound music. There we go. I don't want to go back to like the calm Starbound music right after that jazz. So we'll pick it up with something like kind of a middle ground. That should work. Go ahead and move this out of the way. So I'm going to need 2 storage sensors. I'll have to go fetch one from upstairs. I believe I can test this real quick, so let's see if that'll fill up. Make sure all my platforms are locked so I don't move these. Yeah, this is good. So you can see it won't reach the output, so that won't get filled up with graphene, and that means that works correctly. And it can reach both of these slots, I believe. Technically, I only need 1. Yeah, it should be able to reach both of those graphene slots up there. Excellent. Next step. Let's set up the input condition. So I'm not going to explain this again because this is the exact same logic gate that I just built for the graphene. Let's just, I can do this a little bit more quickly because I'm not going to be distracted talking about it. Hydrate, thank you. I promise someday I'm going to set up a sound alert for Hydrate. I just need to set up like a streamer bot to do that because I really don't want to like integrate with another like alert system. And I really don't want to use the gross sound alert system that's like built in with Twitch. I'd rather have control over that. So someday I will set up a bot, like probably streamer.bot would be the one I use. And I will use that for my sound alerts. And then I can tie into like redeems and anything else really that happens on the stream that I can send to the bot. Why did I have an extra one of these on there? I only need 2. Huh, well, we'll use that for the next one. Actually, let me take the arm off and put this here. I don't know why I had so many arms. Oh, I guess it's because I had an extra arm. That's why that happened. Alright, so same logic gate as before. So just slap that down. I need a battery. Need an extra power sensor. Not battery sensor. Where are the power sensors? And a storage sensor. Hey, Merc. Yep, chat overlay now. I finally advanced my technology. We finally have a chat overlay, so people who watch the VOD, which people do actually watch these VODs. I don't know if they watch the whole thing, but these VODs get views, so people watch them, and I figure like it's at least I can give them chat. So they know what people were talking about and like what I'm responding to. So it was way overdue for me to do this for my stream. Yeah, say hello to the VOD watchers. If anybody wanted to rewatch this particular part of the stream, I don't know who watches the entire VODs. I mean, whoever you are, like I'm glad that you enjoy this. And I've definitely been making VODs because I know people want to watch at least some of the stream content. But hey, I don't know who are the people that are actually watching it. Maybe next stream somebody will show up and tell me like they watched the entire VOD for like one of the previous ones, and we'll get intel on who's been watching these. But they're there for anyone who wants them, and I mean, I'm not paying for them. Twitch is storing it, not me. It takes very little effort for me to make these Twitch VODs. At some point I might throw them on YouTube as well, but I still have to get my channel all figured out, so that'll be for the distant future if these Astroneer VODs ever make it to YouTube. They're not going to be edited if they go on YouTube. It's going to be the same VOD, just on a slightly better video player. Okay, I'm going to put the battery on the other platform, like I did with the first one. TikTok clips, Instagram, no. If any of my content ever ends up on Instagram, it's because somebody stole it and uploaded it there, which I'm flattered, but also horrified by the concept of that happening. Please don't upload my crap to Instagram or TikTok. Ugh. TikTok is wretched. At least credit me if you do. Where's my power sensor? There it is. If you have questions about this, by the way, I will answer them. It's just I'm building the same logic gate as last time, so that's why I'm kind of not saying anything as I do this. I'll kind of mention briefly, like this is the one that's going to control the inputs to the system, so we'll attach it to that arm. Let's see, any crazy new bugs that have been discovered? On Spelunky, we discovered some new tech for like back item duping. In this game, not really. It's just the same old bugs. Their latest update added a new bug that doesn't matter to me, where you can't do any of the missions if you have a certain set of configuration settings for your run. But we're not making a new game mode run right now, so that doesn't really matter to me at all. There's plenty of new bugs, I reckon. It's just none of them have impacted me so far, so I don't have to care about it. Which is lucky, because I swear I've run into every other bug that exists in this game at some point. Wait a minute, I have that hooked up backwards. There we go. Power that one as well. Did I add a roof to the hole? What hole? Merc, you're gonna need to narrow it down more than that. Was there a hole I was supposed to plug up at some point? I probably fixed it if there was a hole somewhere off stream that I was supposed to plug. If you're memeing and you said like you meant to say a hole to the roof, then I mean, yeah, there's a new one over here that I don't know actually when you last saw my stream. It's been so long, but there might be a new hole in the ceiling somewhere. Let's let's see. So the first one of these is, I forgot about this. I need to access this spot real quick. Alright, so the first one of these is going to detect whether or not I need the material, and the second one is whether or not there's room in the buffer for it. Put that camera, please. Put the tethers in that slot. Thank you. This giant thing I carved out of a mountain. Well, I mean, I'm not going to put a roof on the upper floor at all. I never plan on doing that. I don't want it to be dark and gross looking. Like, the upstairs is always going to be open roof. I'm never going to put a roof above that. I think it looks better like the way it is, open to the air. Last time I just discovered the flying tech. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish this, and then we're going to do a little base tour. Just a little look around it for anyone who hasn't seen this in a while or at all. But let me finish what I'm doing here first. We're finishing the automated diamonds. If only diamonds were actually useful. Alright, let's see. So for this one, let's see, we have 3 conditions. Is there anything in the buffer? Is the train in the station? That's what this one is. It's very, very hard to pick the thing that I want. Especially when the train is in my way. There we go. And then the last one is the manual override, which I'm going to immediately turn off once I've tested the whole system. In fact, I'm going to turn it off now because I do not want all of my graphene to get consumed by these stupid diamonds that don't do anything. One more taste. Let me open that. I'm going to let this song... Stop. I'm going to let this song play out, and then if I remember to, I'll swap over to the Street Fighter stuff. I'll set the music to pause after this. New episode of Cribs. Adam, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think that's good. Alright, so the last thing I need to connect is, do I need diamonds? I believe I need to double check which of these pins on the ceiling is the diamond, so I need to go upstairs. I'll show the base properly in a moment. Here, let me just finish this. Just send away our rocket of garbage. So the diamonds are right next to the graphene. Okay, that's easy to deal with. I'll just leave that there, we don't need that. I was too busy watching PBS documentaries after school while the rest of us were watching Cribs. Excuse me, I watched Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. I never watched PBS ever. I don't know what was on that. I was a Cartoon Network kid mostly. My brain turned off. Yeah, this one. Okay. So now we need to hook this up to that sensor. If I could just get my camera to cooperate for a nanosecond here. Put that there. And that condition is just saying, do I need any diamonds? Like, is there any room in the storage upstairs for diamonds, rather? So both of these conditions are true. We have room in the buffer, and we have room upstairs for diamonds. And then down here, do I have anything in the buffer to put on the train? Now, this should be turned off right now. Do I have anything in the buffer for the train? Yes, I do. Is the train in the station? No, it's not. And then this is my manual override, which I'm going to turn off because I don't want all of my graphene getting consumed by the diamonds right now. So let's just see if this works. I'm a huge Arthur fan. I never liked Arthur. Like, I knew what that show was. I don't know if it was broadcast on other channels or not. I never cared for Arthur or Doug or any of the Disney ones either. Just didn't do it for me. I'm waiting for the train to show up right now so we can verify that this works, and then I'll go do a quick base tour. Arthur was PBS, was a super baby show. Okay. I don't remember what I watched as a super baby. I mean, that's probably because I was a super baby, and those memories are not very well retained. Alright, there we go. We can play the music now. Where's the train, though? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is going up to, like, the top of the list of playlists. This might show up in a stream sooner than later, though. We're not going to be playing these over Astroneer. This would be for, like, Spelunky streams that would probably run these. Train, please. I think I might have room to add a third train to this rail. I think it might be long enough that I could squeeze a third one in. That's something I might do off stream because it's mostly just me literally sitting with a stopwatch to figure out how long a cycle takes. Alright, so it's going to unload the diamonds, or as many as it can fit on the train. After about 3 or 4 of them, it should leave. Alright, I got a 4th one on. And then the train moves on, the switch turns off, and we fill up the buffer again over here. And then when I turn this off, that means that my manual override will prevent me from making way too many diamonds that I can't do anything with, because I cannot make a diamond pickaxe in this game. The best I can make is a drill, which actually I don't have it on me, but I already made one. There's no point in making another one. It's just completely meaningless. So diamonds are garbage in this game, unfortunately. I think we're good to go. Oh yeah, by the way, this rocket is going through the ceiling. I will probably put a hole there at some point once I finalize the location for this. But for now, it just goes through the wall because this is a video game and walls are just a suggestion in video games. To varying degrees. In this game, walls are pretty robust for the player, but not so much for anything else. It's very hard as a player to clip into walls though, but you can do it if you're feeling like really adventurous. So yeah, the diamond factory is done and then immediately turned off because I don't actually want it, but it is part of my progression, my self-made goals for this game. Oh, the sky looks so much better when it's not all crusty and glitched because of that weird item. I mean, it's not a glitch, it's supposed to look like that, but I like it better like this. It's just much more aesthetically pleasing. It's just summertime in the desert with giant bands of, like, clouds, I guess is what those are supposed to be. Alright, so let's send this away and then I'll do a very quick base tour and then go back to building the other 2 factories. We need to send, it looks like 2 more shipments of this crap to finish this event. And the astute observer might have noticed that I already had 1 point towards the goal, like when I started, and that is because before the stream started, I sent a single compound on the rocket to make sure that the game would actually let me do it. Because the whole point of me streaming like right now in the middle of the goddamn night was that I was running out of time to finish that event. So I did check ahead of time to make sure I could actually do it. So I'm sorry, anybody who feels like they were cheated because I did the event off stream, yes, I submitted 1 out of the 1,920. Region fissures, region valleys. There's no way to turn that off. Don't know why they added, well, I know why they added that, but I don't know why they didn't add an option to turn it off. Actually, I know why they didn't add an option to turn it off. It's because they're incompetent. But we got to make do with that. Maybe in a future update, we'll be able to get rid of those. So here's the overview of the base. There's a lot going on here. We have been working on this base for dozens, probably definitely over 100 hours combined and possibly 100 hours of stream time. I don't remember how long I've actually streamed this game for. I think this is episode 19 and they usually go for like 6 to 8 hours. So there's a pretty good chance that we have over 100 hours of stream time on this game at this point. Because I very rarely do short Astroneer streams. I believe there's only been a couple of them that were less than like 6 hours. Let me get the music running again. So, what do we got in the base? We built this up over time. A lot of things have happened. We have a bunch of rovers. This is the parking garage. This is also where the rocket goes. I have a bunch of large like storage items for train stations that I can't use because they don't work correctly. Site pylons, these are just really big. Winches, because winches are very closely related to vehicle-based shenanigans in this video game. And then this is the rocket landing pad that I usually use. And then this quest logistics depot that turns out to be basically useless once you finish the quest. It's impossible to remove it. It's floating slightly off the ground. That's not my fault. It did that when I placed it, and you cannot move it once you deploy it. So just don't look at that. Pretend that there's little stilts underneath it or something propping it up. Then we've got some floating tracks because I've never done anything about that. And let's get on the train and kind of get an overview look at the base. Why the fuck is it up there? I don't know why the train is up there. Let me call it. It's gonna call the other one, isn't it? Yep. I want this one. There we go. That's the fast one. It has a face on it. I don't know why it has a face on it. They thought it was cute. I don't like it. I do not like the fact that it has a face, but this is the fastest one. And if you know anything about people that play video games, you mix and match your gear for optimal performance, not because you like how it looks. There's no fashion in this game, so we're using the one with the face. So, this is another look at the solar arrays. I collected these over the course of multiple streams. 2 of them are from Calidor. 1 of them is from Silva. We'll give the space elevator a ride during this intermission, but we're not going to end the stream like I usually do. We'll come back after I ride the space elevator. So let me see if I can back out of this. This is very hard to control, by the way, because I have to like invert my controls to get this thing to go back down the track properly. Thomas? Yeah, maybe it's Thomas, except slightly less off-putting, I suppose. So that's that. Over here we have the plant farm. This is where I feed my snails. I'm not quite ready for that. But this will automatically like refill these like little plant racks, and that'll let me feed the snails. Essentially, as long as I'm here for long enough for these to grow up occasionally. They don't grow when you're far away from them because apparently long updates are a concept that are beyond the developers of this game. Maybe they could learn something from the devs of Don't Starve, but these only grow when you're close to them for whatever reason. This is the Apollo 11 Eagle lander. This is supposed to be on De Solo. De Solo is over there in the void of space. I did a whole stream where I showcased myself getting this. I played some epic music over it. It was quite a moment. I highly recommend you watch that highlight. Let's see, do I have a command for this one? Hold on. Does that one work? There it is. All right, that's me moving it. This is ages ago, 2022. This is a year ago that I did that. But anyone who's wondering how I got this here, that video has it. It's like 4 minutes long, I think. And it's got some sick, like, timing on the music as well. It basically played out better than I could have ever hoped it would. So this here was for the Halloween event, where you make, like, fuel in these things or whatever. You make noxothane, and you send it into space, and then you get a bunch of garbage in return. But of course, I am a video gamer, so I did it. And here's the main attraction of the base. This is the main storage. Every single material you could ever need for crafting, with the sole exception of ammonium, is in this. And the reason why ammonium isn't here is because there's only one thing you can make out of ammonium, and it's solid fuel thrusters. And solid fuel thrusters are useless. So I just had no reason to make extra space on the storage for it. I guess technically clay is also an ingredient for the pumpkin shelter, but the pumpkin shelter is also useless, so I simply didn't bother. I think we're done with the event. I think that's the last one. Yep, there we go. That's the last one. We're about to get the cage suit, so you'll see what cosmetic I unlocked in a moment. But first, the main storage goes all the way up to scrap and astronium. The raw materials for making the metals are in the back. Like, they're not up here because there's nothing you can do with those except smelt them. So, like, laterite, for instance, the aluminum ore is not here. It is in the back, which I'll show in a moment. Feels like it was just yesterday. Boy, time flies when you waste time as hard as I do in my life. Let's see here. So here we are in the back. This is where the ammonium is being stored, among other things, along with the clay, which I said is also not useful for anything except making ceramic out of. And there's some smelters downstairs that I'll show in a moment. The ammonium is the one that gets the most work because that's making the hydrazine for me, which is really the only practical application. There's also some chessboards here. We did a couple streams where I went looking for chess pieces, and we have one full chessboard and then almost another one. This RNG has not bestowed us with the pieces we need for these slots. And then meanwhile, I have like a million extra knights that I didn't need for some reason. Thank you, RNG. Indeed, when you have smelt them, you have dealt them. Truer words have never been spoken. So here's the gateway. The reason why this base is built next to this gateway isn't just because it looks cool, but because you need to do this on the poles of the planet to get a true flat base like that. I'm not going to go into super explanations about that unless somebody specifically wants me to tell why, but just take my word for it. You cannot make a base that looks all flat and cubic like this unless you build it at one of the 6 faces of the planet. So basically the north or the south pole, or 4 specific spots along the equator are the only spots that you can get the grid to actually do this. Otherwise you get lumpy, crooked terrain that just doesn't smooth correctly. And then if I ever need exo chips for some reason, I just have this set up here. I haven't had to blow this up because I have so many goddamn exo chips on that silo right over there that I just have never needed to get more of them. So that's the upstairs of the base, and there's a floating particle emitter here because everybody loves floating particle emitters. Let me see if I can get stuck on this one. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We're stuck on it. Now we got out. There we go. We're stuck on this one. So this is another particle emitter. This one's actually new. I think the game might have generated this one at some point recently because this didn't used to be here. And I placed a packager on it, but yeah, I'm still stuck on it. You can see it's still here if I take the packager off and get myself stuck on it. Unless it deleted it, actually. Hold on, is it still there? Oh my god, is this one gone? Did the game delete it? Oh, it's a Christmas miracle! What if it went away? Oh, let's go! That one's actually gone. I don't know when that one spawned in, but it got deleted for some reason. Let me go stand on this one and give you all the experience I was trying to demonstrate. Let's see if I can get stuck on this one. That's right. You can see the dust coming out of this one. It's still here. There it is. Yeah, so if I stick the packager on the side of it, I can still stand on this one. There we go. Up. Slipping. Come on. Come on, game. They're not very big, but they're big enough that you'll get a rover stuck on them, without fail. There will be one in a bad spot in your base, and you will get a rover stuck on one and be frustrated. There we go. All right, we're standing on the thing now. See, I'm not crazy, chat. These do have solid collision. They're fairly small, but your rovers are fairly big, so you will run into these things if you don't want to. Specifically, if you don't want to, you'll run into them. Let me put the packager back on it now. I want to know where these are, because if they ever do add an update where you can get rid of these things, I want to be able to go back and get rid of these. And believe me, I tried to blow these up with dynamite. I tried digging around them. You cannot get rid of these things. They're indestructible. You love how the roads get cut by the level of detail. Yeah, unfortunately, it do be like that sometimes. And I can't stream this game at the super high settings. Even off stream, my computer lags when I try to do that. But I'll turn on the high quality terrain just so it looks a little bit better for a moment. It'll just be a lower frame rate. But this is what the roads look like with the high quality terrain. They're actually pretty smooth. The game keeps the proper resolution from much further away. So if I go up into the air here, you can see with more detail the way the roads are laid out, but it's still a little bit crusty over here. That's just the way this game renders. It just works like that for whatever reason. Let me get my frame rate back. Let's turn this off. I'd love to play the game like that, but this game doesn't perform terribly well, and on stream it's even worse because one of my CPUs is being used by OBS as well as some GPU power for something. Whatever GPU hardware acceleration happens when you're streaming, I don't know the details of it. This game will know if I don't want to collide with them. Yeah, this game knows how to just how to be inconvenient. So anyways, I already showed the battery bank earlier, but that's where I'm storing the power overnight. Perfectly safe, no fire hazard. Alright, so there's actually 2 layers to the basement, but there's nothing at the bottommost layer. I just haven't had to make anything down there. A couple auto extractors, nothing to see there really. Another floating particle emitter. This is the factory floor. This is where everything gets processed. So over here we have all the smelters, which they finally fixed these. I think I mentioned that last stream. They finally fucking fixed these after them not working for months. So I can use these again as these portable smelters. There's nothing in here right now because I don't really need to smelt anything in them, but my storage can handle raw materials if I throw them into it. And clay at some point will be coming through here. And then this is where the hydrazine is being made. And it just consists of a hydrazine, like, or an atmospheric condenser that's getting hydrogen, and then it throws the ammonium in here, it makes hydrazine. That was something we did like a stream or two ago. And what you can see here as I follow along with the rails is the train comes down from here. It goes all the way over here, it picks up anything that this factory, opposite way, it goes up that way. So it picks up anything that was made in this factory. And then further up the line, we just have the everything factory. This is all the chemistry lab recipes in the game, cramped into this like confined space, like making a huge mess out of everything, putting crap in your backpack every time you run through it because the devs won't fucking turn that feature off for some reason. These are a couple of extractors all the way down in the core of the planet. This hole does go all the way down to the core of the planet. We'll jump down it when we're done here. And that's where I'm getting my quartz and astronium right now. There's a couple extractors over here that are getting copper and aluminum. I just smelt them on site because it was easier to do that than sending them over there. Further up, just more factories, more everything. This goes up briefly because that's where the hydrazine storage is. So the hydrazine is being stored in this abomination. Devs, please add a large fluid canister for the hydrazine. For now, this horrible looking thing here with 12 medium canisters is the best I could do for the hydrazine. Then the rail goes back down, goes over here. More factories. There's our brand new diamond factory that I already turned off. This thing here is the only trade platform scrap combination I have in the base. When I started this playthrough, I promised that I was not going to automate everything by using trade platforms because it's boring. All you have to do if you're going to automate everything with trade platforms is just mine astronium, turn it into scrap by getting solid fuel jump jets and shredding them, and then you can put them on a scrap rocket, and the scrap rocket can be traded for basically anything. I'm not going to scroll through this one because it'll mess up the items that I have on it, but you could trade it for basically any like raw material in the game, and then I wouldn't need any auto extractors, and that would be super boring. But organic does not have an auto extractor. It is literally impossible to automate the collection of organic out in the field. There's no way to do it. You have to dig terrain to either collect the organic or to get the soil that you turn into organic. Neither of those things are conducive to an automated everything factory, so I made one exception to the rule. I am allowed to turn astronium into organic to mitigate the fact that I would otherwise have to go out with a shovel and dig up soil myself to get the stuff, which is not fun or interesting. So that is the one exception to this rule. These two trade rockets just fly through the ceiling and exchange the necessary items to make an automated organic factory, which then goes back into the rest of the factory and follows the rules that the stream originally had. And it's my stream and I do what I want, but I consider that to be a fair rule. And then up here we have this like clunky looking hole that I need to straighten out a little bit. And this goes all the way back up into the factory like sorter. And this is the back end of the main sorter, where essentially these things are coming along. They wait a few seconds at each of these rail posts, and any auto arms that have the item that is on the storage will pick it up and place it into this large canister. And we're about to see that happen in just a moment. So this one's going to move in a few seconds, and now the graphite arm is going to be able to take materials off of it and place it in these large storage canisters. And that is the full cycle of everything in this base. That's the everything factory. And then this is the front end of the display. Thank you, game. I really wanted that in my inventory. And we finished this event, actually, so I think I could turn this off. Let's get one care package just for shits and giggles and see what's in it, and then I'm going to stop sending my tungsten carbide. But this entire event that they gave me 2 months to finish, I just finished it right now. So while we're up here, let's look at the skin that we got, and then we'll go check out the space elevator and the pit to hell. And then I'll go back to working on the other factories. So what skin did we unlock? So I think it was the cage suit. All right, I think this is what I unlocked. I'm like 99% sure it was the cage suit that I unlocked. So this is what I got. Can we add this menu? I don't know how to feel about it. I wonder if this is like a reference to anything, or if it's just another dopey looking suit. It's pretty chunky. I look like a boss in like a video game, or like I don't know, what does this look like, Chad? Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, W emote. Yeah, I didn't unlock the emote from that. That's just this emote has been in this game like since it came out. New Dark Souls boss. I don't think Dark Souls usually goes for this type of theme. I'm more reminded of like an over buff like Marine or something from like StarCraft is kind of like the energy I'm getting from this. Or maybe Buzz Lightyear just because of the dopey looking like head sitting in the middle of it. The Buzz Lightyear doesn't have like, yeah, he'd have like the dome helmet over the top. Well, that's what we unlocked. Yeah, it's got a little bit of Buzz Lightyear energy to it. Just, it doesn't have like the dome over the entire head. But it might be like a loose reference. I'm sure some of these outfits are. Just for anyone who's curious, here's all the skins. I'll just briefly skim through them. So we got that. This is a nice looking one. This is the hipster. Actually, this is the hipster outfit, but I mean this one is as well. Like, look at how thin these are. Like, ain't nobody got proportions like that. We got whatever the fuck this thing is. We got that. Okay. Under suit. We got the thigh suit. The hips don't lie. This is the one that I was using. I'm gonna switch back to that one. This looks familiar. What is the name of that game? Like Bit Trip Runner or something? Is that what that is? The Ben 10 creature. I didn't watch Ben 10. I don't know what you're talking about with that one. Okay, then we've got whatever this thing is. This one's kind of cool looking. I don't know why the visor is not very shiny though. The lab suit. This is the other one that I was using, but somebody mentioned the Gerudos when I did like a Tears of the Kingdom joke in one of my other streams. And I was like, oh, this is the Gerudo suit. And then I put it on and I just haven't taken it off since then. Otherwise I'd be using the lab suit. And we got the conductor suit. It's kind of cute looking. I didn't even notice that the arms were all fucked up on this one. I never even like looked at this one. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I don't like that at all. That's weird looking. Why are the arms just like little like sticks? I don't like the stick arms. Oh, get it away. Then we got that one, and then we got just like the fat boys like suit. I don't even know what this is. And then you could buy suits. We're not gonna go through the store though. This is not gonna be me just like ranting about the store or anything. But needless to say, they need to do better before they could convince me to actually give them any money for this game. Like, I bought it once. No bearsy. How do I get out of this menu? There we go. All right, so let's jump down the pit to hell first. This is the elevator. My snail's gonna... Let me feed the snails first so I don't run out if I get sidetracked. Which I very well might do. I have 15 minutes of food left, I think, so let's tack another, like, half an hour onto that. Oh, I can put stuff on this particular silo, and it'll eventually get sorted when the train comes by. That's just a generic input. Alright, so down we go. The camera is doing this on its own. I'm trying to get it to straighten out. But it keeps like rotating occasionally because the camera in this game is very bad. That's where the Astroneer is coming from. And then this goes all the way down to the core. You just have to dodge this hole in the middle. That box just has a sight pylon that I haven't been bothered to take back up to the surface. Like, I have several of them up on top and I just haven't bothered to do that yet. That drop, I believe, was 800 meters, if I recall correctly. It's either 800 or 1600, I forgot. Let me check my notes. I do like to get the facts right on this. Let's see. Calculation. Okay, 1600 meters was how far I fell, like, assuming that the Astroneer is about 2 meters tall. Which, I mean, given the spacesuit, would be reasonable to assume. Like, the helmet spacesuit add a few centimeters, you'd probably be about 2 meters tall. And everybody in this game is a hipster, apparently, if you look at the default skin, so that would explain that. Alright, then the last part of the base tour, the space elevator. Fitting that we have train music playing right now. And just hydrate. I will have to actively control the camera here though, because otherwise it's going to be flailing around, so I can't just like AFK this and go to the bathroom or something. But we spent 6 hours building this space elevator during a stream. I talk about it a lot. I like to show it like at least once every couple streams, because this space elevator is probably the thing I'm most proud of in this entire stream. Like, even if the main storage is probably a more impressive feat, I'm just like fundamentally proud of the fact that I discovered how to do this and built this thing live on stream. And I strongly suspect I'm the first person that's ever done this in a solo adventure game. You could probably do it in creative and people might have figured out ways to do it already, but I have done everything in like basic survival mode in this game, including constructing this space elevator, something that should not be possible in this video game. So I'm just so happy that this is part of this like playthrough's legacy. So here it is. This goes all the way to Silva. And yeah, I'll explain how that works in a moment, because you might be thinking, but cosine, Silva is over there. How is the space elevator going to go up to Silva? And if you look carefully, you might see a little protrusion off the south pole of Silva, and that's because the planets are not where you think they are in this game. Silva is up there, not over there. That is fake. If you go fly through that, you are not going to show up at Silva. You are going to just fly off into the void of space, and the Kraken will eventually kill you. But if I keep going up to about the halfway point here, well, something interesting will happen here. And pay attention to that as well, because that's important. That little spaceship right there isn't orbiting Calidor. It's orbiting Silva. So you might be realizing like where I'm going with this. There is basically an invisible copy of Silva floating out in the void of space, and when we get closer to it, it's going to come into render distance. And we're going to swap from the influence of Calidor to Silva. So that'll happen in just a moment here. Say goodbye to Calidor. I must say this does look really cool, like the way this turned out. It's bumpy for a reason, by the way, and the reason is it was really, really hard to make it not bumpy. And there we go. We are now at Silva, just by flying straight up. And there's the little rocket I told you to pay attention to. That's the satellite that you like launch from when you start the game. It's always there. You could technically go back to it if you know how to like fly or build your way up there. I think it's actually close enough that you can build your way up to it, but I just haven't bothered to do so in this playthrough because it's honestly not all that interesting. And we're now back down to the build limit, which is right here, right at this hard cutoff. And this pillar is a little bit crustier than the other one. I haven't bothered to smooth it. And that's the space elevator to Silva. We'll take the teleporter to get back home, so you're not gonna have to watch the ride a second time. And that's the starting base all the way over there. Like where I originally began this awful playthrough before I switched my base to Calidor, which from the get-go I had planned on switching my home base to Calidor because Silva is boring. Everybody makes a base on Silva. Like, dude, who cares? That's not interesting. Calidor presented a few interesting challenges. There's different materials available on the planet. There's different gases. I was able to use predominantly solar power for the base. So I thought it would just be a refreshing change of pace to do it like that when I started this playthrough. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make the base on Calidor. So the Silva base is just established well enough for me to move it to Calidor. Yeah, as long as you call it the starter base. It is indeed a starter base. Like, I cleaned up all the crap that was on the floor here, but this was absolutely a starter base. And here it is. I have just rode a train from another planet. You can actually see that right there, that cluster of pixels is the base on Calidor. Those are rails and other buildings that do not stop rendering beyond the level of detail that you would expect them to. So this, what I'm circling with my cursor is Calidor. That is my base on the surface of Calidor, and then this squiggly line is the space elevator, leading to that giant pillar all the way back to the starting base on Silva when you just launch the game for the first time, where we have just a spaghetti base of like rudimentary things that I needed. And then that rail line over there is getting zinc. So if I had brought any canisters, I could swap them out, and I could technically automate zinc production from a planet that doesn't have zinc without ever having to fly here. That said, I haven't bothered doing that because I don't need very much zinc, and it's a hassle to set up like semaphores to make sure that I don't have two trains like going down this at once. Maybe a project for the future. All right, so we're gonna go back to the gateway and teleport home, and then I'll just call the train when I'm at home, and it'll take a couple minutes, but it'll drive back home on its own. This also, by the way, means that my power supply is connected between Silva and Calidor. I don't have to generate power on Silva. I do have a fan, like a wind turbine on Silva, but I don't actually need it because Calidor is providing power to it along this rail line, which is always kind of neat. So let's see here. There it goes. All right, so we'll send that away, and then I'll just teleport home. Devs, please add the ability to teleport directly to the satellite. Recall failed. No, we're not doing that on this stream. Oh, by the way, that broken power cable, this is the origin point of the entire engine of this game. Like, this is the origin point. It's just here, 0, 0, 0. For whatever reason, there is a glitched, like, cable there. There almost always is a glitched cable there, and I have no idea why. What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know why it's there. I don't know which building's power cable is there instead of attached to the building. But it's there for some reason. So let's see. Should be this one. If you looked briefly at the middle, you saw that I had all like 7 of the geometric triptych things or whatever like slotted. I just haven't pressed the button yet. That's the only thing I haven't really bothered doing in this playthrough. Because again, I'm going to do that when I'm like quote-unquote done with the playthrough and we're just waiting for new content. But so far I'm still playing with existing content. Until we finish the everything factory and I've satisfied myself, we're not done with this playthrough yet, and that won't be finished on this stream. I'm going to finish the rest of the factory build down there, but there are other things I want to do on this stream before I consider it to be finished. But yeah, we're back. Can't build space. You can still do it. Like, you could still make a space elevator. They have not patched the bug that allowed me to do that. Or I'm almost certain that they have not patched the bug that allowed me to do that. I can test it in a moment. You'll have to watch the stream, though, if you want me to explain how exactly I did that, because that was a doozy of a project. But I do have, like, highlights on my Twitch channel, if you could figure out how to navigate to it, if you're curious. But it was a 6-hour stream to build that space elevator. I could probably do it faster now, but it was still incredibly tedious, and it involves saving and loading my game like 60 times. So we're not doing that again anytime soon. Let's see here. How can I show that real quick? I guess let me go up and test. Let me just verify for you really quick that it's still possible to do it, because I know which bug required it. I need a rail post. Where are my rail posts? Actually, my rail posts are down here. There they are. I thought I had them on a different storage. So if I can place a rail post on the side of this tall platform, then that means that the bug still works. So let's see. Actually, I think I need to fill the slots first. Okay, hold on. What can I fill these with? We got 4 empty slots. I guess I can just fill it with rail posts, actually. So there. Game, come on, camera, work with me. What is it attaching to? It's trying to stack. Okay, I apologize. Hold on a second. Technical difficulties. I do want to verify this before I make like bold claims about things being possible in this game when they're actually not. Misinformation is a terrible thing. Yep, it's still possible. So the crux of the bug is the ability to place rail posts on the side of tall platforms. This is how I placed them in the abyss of space. I'll just give the summary. It's not like there's a trade secret or anything. The gist of it is, if you place a tall platform outside the build limit, like if you go up really, really, really far, you will eventually hit a build limit where you cannot place terrain anymore. But there's also no gravity up there. If you place a tall platform like out in the void of space and then save and load your game, it gains terrain-like collision for the purposes of building rail posts. So what you can do is you can slap a rail post onto the side of this. It will actually connect to other like existing rail posts that are near it. And then you pick up your tall platform, you lift it up further into space, and then place another rail post, and you rinse and repeat like 60 times. And eventually, you will be able to build a space elevator between two planets. And the arrangement of the planets is this. They're not actually orbiting each other. They're in static positions in the game engine, and the game only renders the specific one that it's supposed to. This is where they're all located in the current build of the game. They used to be in a straight line. You might find like posts online or on Reddit or something indicating that they're like north to south of each other. They're not like that anymore. This is how they fixed the bug where you would get sticky terrain. It was because like Glacio and Aatrox were so far away from the origin that floating point precision errors were actually causing you to get stuck on solid terrain when there should have been nothing in front of you. This is how they fixed it. They changed it into this particular arrangement here, which I don't have this on the record, but I specifically said like to myself that they should change it to this arrangement to fix that bug, and that's what they ended up doing like several months later. So I felt very smug when that happened. But this is the arrangement of the planets. We are located here on the surface of Calidor. The space elevator runs from Calidor's North Pole to Silva's South Pole. And then your home base on Silva is usually somewhere like along the southern hemisphere, like kind of between two gateways is usually where they stick it. I don't know if it's always constant, but in this case I think my Silva base is like right about here. And this is all you need to know to build a space elevator. That said, again, 6 hours to build this. Where did I find it? I made this. This was me learning how to program in WebGL. This is like a little funny like web extension that I made. So it's just in a browser like this. That's how I set this thing up. It's not released anywhere. It's gross and doesn't work very well. There's a better one. I don't have a link to it, but I know that there's a better one that people have posted occasionally for this game. You could probably find it if you like asked on their Discord or looked on Reddit for it. But I made this one myself specifically because the one that the other people built like rotates automatically. So I don't know, maybe theirs isn't any better, but in any case, I made this myself, and I more or less figured out the arrangement of the planets myself, and then I double checked against the model that other people had made. And this is, as far as I'm aware, exactly where the planets are located. I don't have like distances on it. I don't know how many units apart they are. It's a large number. It's like 216,000 units or something, but there's like 128 units in a grid tile or a meter. It's a very weird coordinate system that they used. But it does make sense to arrange the planets like this because they don't have to simulate orbits or anything. All you have to do is just travel from one to the other, and the game will just snap you to whichever one you're closest to. And when you fly a rocket in the game, the rocket basically takes off from like the surface of the planet. It shoots off along the equator, like in the direction of whatever planet you think you're flying to. And then halfway through, they teleport you relative to the planet. So if I was flying from Calidor to Silva, you would see the rocket take off like this, go over to the right like that, and then about here it would teleport over to like maybe over here, like kind of probably into this space over here. It would make sure that Glacio doesn't render. Like they would specifically flag Glacio to not render. They would lock your rendering to Silva, but your shuttle would spawn in like over here and then just fly in a straight line over to the landing pad on Silva. Like that's how they kind of do the effect of flying between the planets that are in like a solar system orientation, but it's all fake. This is where the planets actually are, and this is all you need to know to do planet hopping. Or in the case of what I did here, build a space elevator. But if you know what you're doing with rovers or slingshots or any other physics engine jank, you can also fly here with a rover. I'm not going to do that right this moment, but I have done many streams where I fly between these planets using a rover instead of a rocket. It's just a matter of knowing where things are. Because if you fly off in the wrong direction, if you fly off into the void of space, like if I went south of Calidor, I will eventually hit a floating point precision limit where it'll delete my rover. You have to fly pretty far for that to happen, but if you're not in control of your vehicle, you may just end up like careening off into the void of space and getting killed by the Space Kraken. Which, to be clear, there is no Space Kraken in this game. It's not an actual enemy, but it's a term from Kerbal Space Program, which is basically floating point precision, when you get too far away from the origin point in any game that uses floating point values to store your coordinates, really, really weird things start to happen, and you'll get to a point where stuff just breaks. Things start getting set to like not a number or infinity, and that'll kill players, that'll delete entities. And it's no different in this game or Kerbal Space Program. If you fly too far away from the origin, your rocket eventually gets destroyed. So you do want to stay here. And then just for funsies, well, not for funsies, but the satellite is in this location between Visania and Desolo, and the sunroom is between Glacio and Calidor. So that's how this is laid out. And as far as I'm aware, they have not changed this since I made this model. They added the sunroom in an update, and this is where they stuck the sunroom, like just opposite from where the satellite is. This wasn't in the game a few months ago. And presumably any additional stuff they add to the game will get added to probably, if I had to guess where they're going to put the next ones, it's probably going to be, I think, right here, and then right over here, and then they'll probably fill in these 4 spots after that. Could you store the decimal and the integer part? I mean, they could use better precision. I guess let me think about your question before I try to give like a proper answer about it. I don't want to sound like I know exactly what I'm talking about when I don't, so give me a second to correct myself while I figure out how to get these rail posts to go back in my inventory. Because I have a bunch of single tall rail posts. So let's see. To reduce floating point error, could you store the decimal part of the coordinate and the integer part separately? I think you could, and I think it would be very, very, very inefficient. The whole premise of using 32-bit floats is that every graphics card on the planet that has been made in the last 2 decades, and probably even older than that, uses 32-bit floats for almost all of its calculations. Like, they're optimized for that. And graphics cards are essentially like insanely parallelized CPUs that are designed to do floating point calculations. Like, we're talking like thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even millions of floating point operations, like in parallel. But they're only good at floating point operations, not like branching or other types of arithmetic. But that is how they're able to render millions of pixels to my screen at 60 frames per second, is because every single one of these pixels here is just a combination of floating point operations that are being done by your graphics processing units. And if you add a different data type, like a lot of GPUs also are used for physics, because physics engines are also floating point operations. So why not utilize the GPU to do physics calculations? So as a result, I think a lot of physics engines are also optimized for 32-bit floats because they can offload some of that work to a GPU. Like, despite a graphics card being advertised for graphics, it's literally just a floating point calculator that is extremely good at doing a lot of operations in parallel. And if you can use it for physics calculations instead of your CPU, then that's just more work that your CPU can do for like branching and arithmetic and actually running executable code for whatever program you're trying to run. And that would probably be a good excuse for why you'd want to use floating point operations. And besides that, it's also because even CPUs are pretty good at floating point operations nowadays. Like, just in general, that's a good data type. It covers a lot of the bases. I don't know how to go into like a philosophical explanation of like why floating point is a good data structure, but it essentially allows you to cover really, 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 really small distances, and also extremely big distances, like the distance between the planets in this game, all in one data type that only takes up 32 bits of memory. So for that reason, the second you start adding a different data type, everything goes to shit, because our CPUs and our GPUs are so well optimized for floating points that throwing in anything else just will make it take like a couple orders of magnitude longer to do a single calculation. If you have to deal with like 2 integers and pretend that one of the integers is a decimal like fraction and the other integer is just a whole integer, and then you want to do like physics engine calculations with that, no one has made code that can deal with that. Like, you'd be rolling your own code, you wouldn't be able to use any existing physics engine, and your program would run like ass. The thing that they could do to optimize this problem is use double precision floats. Double precision floats are 64 bits, which is twice as much precision, which doesn't mean you can go twice as far away in the void of space. It means you can go billions of times further away. Just due to the way like exponential growth works, Like 64 bits is not like twice as much as 32. Like it's twice as many bits, but the precision that you get from 64 bits is insanely high. And that would be the solution that I think they should go for. There are physics engines that can be compiled to run with double precision. And I think GPUs are starting to be able to run double precision calculations more efficiently as well. And that would basically allow you to fly way further away from the origin point in this game before the space kraken killed you. But they have not done that. I'm 99% sure that it's 32-bit floats, because almost every game these days uses 32-bit floats, and I could probably look up Unreal Engine and see what the engine is programmed to use. It's probably 32-bit floats. So there we go. There's a monologue about precision, because this usually comes up every stream for one reason or another. Any questions? And then take it with a small grain of salt. I may be a little bit off about what I was explaining there, but I think the vast majority of what I said there should be correct, or pretty much on track with like how this stuff works. But I don't want to go on the record saying I'm like 100% certain about that, because I may be off. Maybe they do use 64-bit floats, but there's like a downscaling that they have to do at some point in the physics engine. Like there could be intricacies to this that I'm missing, where maybe they use 64-bit floats for your position, but then the physics engine has to calculate it, has to like basically downscale that to a 32-bit float at some point for some operation that it does, which it shouldn't. But I mean, this game is kind of crusty, so you never really know what they do behind the curtains unless you look at it. And this game is not open source, and I do not have access to that information, so I don't know how they actually did it. But my guess is they're using the default Unreal Engine behavior, and I'm pretty sure Unreal Engine uses 32-bit floats for its physics. Maybe in the future, or maybe there's even like build settings that you could do now, they'll change that, but for the time being, assume 32-bit floats unless a game demonstrates otherwise. Yeah, it would be a lot slower, and you need physics to run fast, because physics are very expensive in video games. Especially the more calculations you need to do, the more stuff you have sitting around that needs to check whether it's like still sitting on solid terrain. Like even the things that are not moving here, like these boxes over here, if I get near them, you'll hear them jitter occasionally. It's because they occasionally do a physics check to see like, are they still on the ground or not? A lot of the stuff in this game, thankfully, can be optimized by anchoring these platforms to the ground, for instance. That operation right there will reduce the amount of lag the game causes, because this platform no longer has to check whether it's on solid terrain, because it's locked, and it just assumes that it's going to stay locked until you either unlock it or dig terrain around it. But I mean, it still has to check if I'm digging terrain around it, and I still have to check if I'm standing on it. And then these don't have any collision at all. So they optimized a lot of the physics engine in this game by making things just locked in place with no collision. And I mean, that's honestly a good way to do that. That's why you could walk through all these buildings. It saves on a lot of calculations, but stuff sitting on the ground like this still has to run through the Unreal Physics engine, and that adds up. And this is a big game with a lot of stuff in it, and they can only do so much to unload things that are far away from you. So there you go, there's physics for you. Back to what we were doing here. Let's see, we've only been streaming for 2 hours. I thought it's been longer than that. I think it'll go for at least 4. So let's try to finish off the factory here. And I think we can also turn off this thing now. Yeah, we're getting garbage from the care packages now. So this was the automated mass production protocol events. This is a lie. Literally earlier today it said less than 1 day, and then it changed to 3 days. Either they extended the events for me because they knew that my power went out earlier today, or this is a bug. I don't know which one is the case, but we're going to stop sending stuff away on that, because it's just, look at the crap that it's giving me. It gave me a bunch of titanium and iron. Do I look like I need those things? Well, technically I do need iron, actually, but I don't need titanium or any of the other stuff, so we're going to stop doing that. I would rather keep the tungsten carbide. Back to what we were doing. So we did the base tour. Let's go back to working on something factory related. We have 2 more things that we want to build here. Titanium alloy, and then the final chemistry lab product, nanocarbon alloy. We already made steel earlier because it did not depend on graphene. Steel was done in a previous stream. So in order to make titanium alloy, I need titanium and graphene. So the first part of this is always to see, like, where do we get these from? I'm cool, bye. Thank you, Drac. You enjoy whatever you're doing. I don't know if you're lurking or if you just want to stop by, but welcome and farewell. This looks like it's going to be really easy to build. Yeah, graphene and titanium are right here. We might be able to reach both of those with a single auto arm each. And then we also need a gas for this one, nitrogen, which conveniently I already have prepared for you ahead of time. Hello, Ted Cuddy. And Adrian, thank you for the hydrate. How are the runs going? Everything has gone fairly well today after like all the terrible things that happened earlier when my power kept going out for like 2 hours. Well, mostly it stayed out for 2 hours. And then it would come back for like a quarter of a second and give me like a false sense of hope, and then it would just go out again. It was rough. It was really hot in here. Despite there being a thunderstorm outside, it was 90 degrees Fahrenheit in here, and I had no AC. And it was very humid. So yeah, my day sucked until I started this stream, but luckily everything appears to have stabilized and we're not having any issues anymore. Quite a relief. Doing well? I'm fine. I'm used to it. I've been living here for basically my whole life. I can deal with it. It's just unpleasant. And I like complaining, so I mean, what better to complain about than it being really hot in Arizona? And what else is new? Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be able to reach this train, like, output. So I'm going to have to make 2 auto arms for that. Where? Yeah, Arizona, Sonoran Desert. The southern area, where it's basically just hot and gross for the entirety of summer, without fail. And then it also becomes rainy and hot and gross towards the end of summer, so it's just even worse. Now it's hot and gross and also humid. What a nice place. But hey, it's cheap to live here because nobody else wants to live here. It's not like, I mean, my rent is cheap compared to like California. So, you know, you take what you can get. Yeah, let's go ahead and hook these up. Arizona is a testament. I think arrogance is the meme. If you're doing the King of the Hill bit, like arrogance, I think is the bit. It's a good video. I don't live in Phoenix anymore. I live further south from that, but it's really the same thing. Like, Phoenix is a testament to man's arrogance. This is important. This is important. This is important viewing material. Hold on. Hold on. I don't want my YouTube getting doxxed here. Let me get the video up on a different tab. I forgot to actually play this video to myself this year.
111 degrees? Phoenix can't really be that hot, can it? Oh my god, it's like standing on the sun!
This city should not exist. It is a monument to man's arrogance.
It really is. I don't know.
11 degrees?
Stop. It really is. I don't know who wanted to live here. Like, I have no idea, like, who decided that they wanted to live in this wretched place. That came through on the stream, right? I think it came through. I'm not an idiot, right? Please tell me that came through on the stream. It should have captured. Excellent, good. Yeah, I love that meme because it's so relatable. It is an insanely relatable meme because that is just my life. Every summer that happens. We get the day of summer that peaks 111 degrees. Who's Tom, though? I don't know. I don't actually know anything about King of the Hill. I've never watched the show. It's one of those shows where at some point I might binge it. I might go, like, find who has it. Like, I'm not going to pirate it. I'll buy it. But I might, like, find who has that. Who is showing that? Preferably, I could just buy a season of it and not have to get a subscription and just play it for myself and just binge it. Because it seems like the stupid kind of humor that I would enjoy. It's such a stupid show. It's one of those things where, as a young kid, I would have like been like, "What the fuck is this show? Like, why would I want to watch this?" But as an adult, I can like properly appreciate like just how idiotic that show is and how amusing it would be. Because I love some of the clips I've seen from it. The Dale voice actor died, and that's unfortunate. That kind of just happens with like long-running shows. Eventually, it's always a shame. So I don't know if a reboot will be any good or not. I would want to watch probably the original ones first, but that's something for the distant future. Let me get the music running again. There's some Minecraft music. Here we go. Who's Tom? Wait, why do we have a clip of Who's Tom? Am I in trouble? Or is this including like the King of the Hill thing I just showed? Did I get ligmud? I don't know if you just ligmud me. I'm like not, I'm not following here. Please explain the joke. I said Tom. The fuck? I'm losing my mind. I think it came through. I'm not an idiot, right? Tom, please tell me that came through on the stream. That was just me stuttering. Come on, give me a break. That was me saying tell. Like, I stuttered a little bit. Don't make fun of me. Why you bully? Oh my god. Chat's toxic. I can't believe this. I can't believe this community. What does it come to when people make fun of me for stuttering because I'm a defective human being? And words are hard, alright? Saying words is difficult. There's a lot of words that you have to remember. Sometimes you start saying a word and then you're not sure that that was the word that you wanted to say anymore, and just why you bully? Can't believe this. How do I do this? I wonder if I can get this to work actually. I might be able to reach this station and only need to do this with one arm. To be clear, I don't actually care that Severn made that clip. I'm not offended by this in the slightest. We do a little bit of trolling here. We get this just like that. If I was self-conscious about like how I talk and how I act, I would not be doing a live stream. Like I'm open and ready for the banter. I'm ready for the teasing. Wanna do some napping? Yeah, I mean, enjoy your nap time. I mean, you're not gonna miss a whole lot here. I don't think I'm gonna do anything terribly interesting for the rest of the stream. We're gonna finish the bulk of the factory. I might find an excuse to go ride the flying machine, which I'm pretty sure you've seen before, and then probably end stream, because I don't want to run super late today. And unlike a lot of the days where I say that and then do it anyways, I don't really have anything else I was gonna do today. Like, I'm doing this stream mostly because I wanted to finish this event. That was the predominant reason why I wanted to even do this stream to begin with. So after that, I kind of don't have anything left. I think I can make this work. I think I can reach this. So enjoy your nap. I'll probably use the flying machine. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's pretty neat. It's something that I like never see anybody else do when they stream or play this game, but you can fly between planets with a rover if you know what you're doing. And I know what I'm doing, so I might be able to show that off at the end of this. And if not, again, I linked the Apollo clip. If you want to see the synopsis of like what that looks like, the Apollo clip that I linked earlier is a good example of that. Essentially a complicated rover flight where I brought this thing from DeSolo all the way to Calidor. Exclamation mark Apollo for that. I linked it earlier. I don't know who's been coming and going there. It's late at night, so there's probably going to be a lot of like transient viewers that just kind of like their streamer stopped, so they go check a few other streams and decide whether or not they want to watch or go to bed. So I might have accumulated a few lurkers from that. Which, by the way, lurkers, you are more than welcome to continue lurking. I understand that if you just want to be quiet. I'm happy to provide the content, even if you don't engage in chat, so feel free to click on that link that my mods have conveniently provided for you so you can continue lurking and I never discover your existence. You're always welcome here. Let's see, so the reason why I came up here was I wanted to grab a medium storage. So let's go ahead and get this. In fairness, I don't even know if you've been lurking this whole time or not. I guess, have you been in chat? Yeah, you've been chatting a bit. Yeah, you asked the question about the floats. You're not a lurker. At least not right now, you're not. You don't qualify. You gotta like not say anything for like at least an hour or two, and then you could call yourself a lurker. Your cat hopped up on your lap, so you shall be sitting there for a bit. It's one of those cats. You're just not allowed to move anymore. Well, I hope you don't need to go to the bathroom. Enjoy your stay. I do not have a cat, so I can't like directly relate to this experience, but it seems like such a universal experience that I know what you're talking about without asking any more questions. Like you don't get up, you don't move the cat in that situation. You just let the cat do what it does best. just lay there and do nothing. Alright, I think we've got all that set up. I'm gonna figure out where to put this one as well. Okay, that should work. We've got all these set up. You're lazy to type in it in English. Oh, I understand that. English is a language. It's the only language I know. And even I fuck it up sometimes. And I said, I respect anybody who like learns English as a second language and can speak it better than the people who were literally born in a country that speaks only this language. Because my God, there are some people that cannot speak English and also cannot speak any other language. Just incomprehensible like YouTube comments and such. Boy, when I make YouTube videos, I can't wait. I can't wait to see like some of like the low comments that I get, like just people who cannot communicate like proper human beings. Like I get to look forward to that whenever I set the channel up. That'll be a ride. Hopefully I don't get infested by bots. I don't know how many like viewers you need on your YouTube channel before the bots show up, or if they're just like always there. ESL speakers care more. I mean, not always, but I think, yeah, you're probably right about it a lot of the time. They're more like self-conscious about making sure that they're understood properly by English speakers, so like they just put more effort into the whole thing. And even the people that aren't that good, like you could tell a lot of the time when you're talking to someone where English is not their first language, because they like they'll capitalize like nouns or something, which is something that people do in German and a lot of other like kind of Latin-based languages, like capitalizing like non-proper nouns. And it's like, if they can speak the language coherently and I understand what they're saying, I will not like shit on them about that. It's like, that's fine, I understand. English is not your first language. That is nothing to be ashamed about, and thank you for trying. Like, it helps me because I don't know any other languages, so I always respect that. As long as they like try to be understandable and have like coherent thoughts, like that's really all I care about. And you get better at it over time if you do it more. Like that's how these kind of things always work. So there's no sense in like shaming somebody for not having very good English unless it's literally the only language they know. In which case, either you have a learning disability or you're just not trying. And like, I have sympathy for having a learning disability. I don't have any sympathy for people who just do not try to get it right. And they just mash out the letters on their keyboard and press enter and don't even give a second thought to whether or not what they said actually made any sense. Those are the ones that I get impatient with. Like, at least try to speak correctly. And I know that can be hard sometimes, but like, there are resources available for this, and you can at least get a coherent thought out, even if English is a rough language for you. Especially if it's the only one you know. Like, just put some effort into it. Because otherwise, no one's going to understand what you're saying, and you're just going to get trolled on the internet by people that are less patient. Why did you oven the cold food and of out hot eat the food? So in fairness, I don't actually know if that's a shit post or if somebody like actually is that another like how do I want to do look more like shit post? Like or is that like actually a carefully crafted shit post that somebody intentionally made incomprehensible? I don't know the origin of that. I sound like a guy called Scott Galloway. I feel like I recognize that name, but I have absolutely no idea who that is. Feel free to inform my uncultured ass who you're talking about, and welcome to my chat. I will be your streamer for today. I will not get half of the pop culture references you make, but I try my best anyways. I'm just setting up the same logic gate as earlier, by the way. If anybody wants to know what I'm doing here, I'll explain it, but otherwise I'm going to kind of quietly set this up. I'll just mumble when I set up the connections, just so you sort of get the gist of what I'm doing if you're loosely following along. But if anyone ever has, like, actual questions about what I'm doing here, I'm happy to answer them again. Like, not everybody's been here for the whole stream. But to a reasonable extent. You've never seen these modules? Oh, which ones? You mean these power switches? Your cat moved. Have a good night. All right. You have a good one too. Get to your bed before your cat gets there. You're probably not going to get the pillow if you have a cat that's like that, which I can only assume you do. Yeah, Firefly, if you got more questions about this, what's the use? Okay, let me explain what I'm doing here. Maybe some of the lurkers are also wondering. All right, so I'm not going to go over the whole factory. This is more or less just copies of what I've got here, but we're building... What am I building? I think this is titanium alloy. Yeah, this is a titanium alloy, like, automatic factory. So we're going to have automatic inputs and outputs. I, the player, never have to interact with that. We're doing that with logic gates to make sure that these auto arms are only turned on when we need titanium alloy and when there's something that the arms can do. And the concept of logic gates in this game is these are AND gates. I have not had to make any OR gates in the game. These are AND gates. And if you know anything about logic, that means all of the inputs need to be true. So I need two conditions to be met in order to turn on the auto arms that will provide resources to this chemistry lab. That is what we're doing with this on the left. Ignore the thing, or this thing on the right. Ignore the one over here. This one on the right is an AND gate with two inputs. And the inputs that we want are whether or not there's room on this storage. This is going to be the output for the titanium alloy. So is there room on this storage? We're going to feed that into one of these power switches. And I will show this actually working in practice in a moment. And then the other one is, do we need titanium alloy in the storage upstairs? And just take my word for it, that is what this cable right here is connected to. I forgot to take the organic off. That's not supposed to be there. That is what this cable is connected to right here. This segment pin is actually connected upstairs. I'll show it real quick. This segment pin that I'm still like holding with my cursor is connected upstairs, and it is reading the storage level of this canister directly in front of me, which as you can see is pretty much empty. In fact, it's completely empty because I do not have a factory for this stuff and I have not been making a surplus of it. So when that canister has any space in it, when that's not full, we need titanium alloy. And this is going to send a signal when that condition is met. Holy bloody hell, yeah, this at least 100 hours of time on this save. Let me shut this thing off for a second. At least 100 hours on this save. Let me finish what I was doing here before I go feed my snails. So that signal pin is telling us whether or not we have room in that canister. And we need to run it over to this factory to tell the factory whether or not it can be turned on. So I'm just gonna extend the cable a couple times, kind of bring it up over the ceiling, and then connect it to the side of this power switch. Alright, what we have done here is we now have our two conditions hooked up. And then I have to ask myself, are these in the correct state? So this power switch should be turned on if we need titanium alloy upstairs, which we do. So I don't have to toggle it, it's fine, we leave it turned on. Do we have room in the output from the chemistry lab? And we do. It's completely empty. So this power switch also stays on. And then if both of these power switches are activated, which let me hook a battery up to them. Ignore the thing on the left. I just need a battery connected to it. It's not connected to my power grid because I don't want it to depend on the state of the power grid. It's hard to explain the reasoning for that. But let me add the last little component to it. And that last component is... Actually, I think it's already on the floor over here. And then I'll look at chat and answer your question in a moment. I think I see a couple messages. But let me finish my train of thought first. And that's the diamonds. I'm aware it's dark in here as well. I need to feed the snails, so I'll do that in a moment. So then we hook up the output of these. And then we connect this to the input arms for the chemistry lab. And essentially what we've done here is the chemistry lab is only fed resources if I think that I need to give it resources. Which is, do I need graphene at this exact moment, or not graphene, do I need titanium alloy at this exact moment in time? So let me point the light at it. Yeah, this is, by the way, chat, this is why I have this snail. You see Sylvie here, the one that greatly illuminates an area? This right here is why I always have that snail on stream. It's for chat. In fact, let me go feed the damn snail. Even I'm having trouble seeing things in here. This game is incredibly dark. if you do not have a constant light source, and that's just not fun for anybody to watch or play this game. So let me go feed the snails real quick, and then I'll go back to explaining the logic gates for how I set that up. It is a very rudimentary logic system, but it gets the job done. Oh, there we go. That's so much better. Oh, it's so bright. The flashbang for anyone who was worried. Thank you, Sovereign. All right, so let me put these rail posts away real quick. I love this song, but why is it so goddamn loud? Why does my playlist refuse to set the volume correctly on these things? There we go, that's better. That's just how it normally looks. Like, that's the default for my stream, because again, I will not stream this game without that snail in my backpack. I consider it mandatory for the viewer experience, because it's so hard to see what you're doing in this game otherwise. Like, I could turn the gamma all the way up, but that doesn't help for, like, phone users that might be, like, sitting outside where it's brightly lit. Like, I try to make these streams, like, watchable for chat. So back to the logic gates. There are going to be 2 gates here. This is the first half. The first half is saying, do I make titanium alloy with the chemistry lab? And the conditions for that are, do I need alloy upstairs? And the answer is yes, I currently do. That's what this signal is. Then the second signal, do I have room in the output for titanium alloy? If either of those conditions are not met, these auto arms will be turned off. So they're activated currently in this state. If either of these conditions fail to be met, so let's pretend this storage is full, the auto arms all turn off, we stop providing materials to the chemistry lab, and the chemistry lab will turn off. You cannot toggle a chemistry lab with signals. I don't know why, it just doesn't work. Or if it does work, then it didn't work last time I checked, and I'm pretty sure it still doesn't. And even if it does, we still want to turn off the auto arms, because the auto arms cause lag. So it's easier to just turn off the inputs to the device than to turn off the device itself. Auto arms cause lag whenever they're activated. If you have too many auto arms activated, they stop working correctly. But that's like you need like 100 or something for that to happen. I have every auto arm turned off in this base that isn't actively doing something right now, and I have not run into that limit despite how excessively big this base is. So anyways, this will turn off the auto arms if we don't need any materials upstairs. This will turn them off if we don't need anything in this output. And if both are off, the arms are still off. That is conceptually what an AND gate is. Both inputs need to be true for the arms to be turned on, and that's how we're controlling this chemistry lab. Let me read chat now to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I show how the cables are connected between the power switches. I'll zoom in on that in a second here. Let's see what your other message was. Thanks for showing how the gates. You were hoping to make a perfectly efficient generator system. I guess I don't really need to read the chat messages out loud now, because they do show up on stream. Well, previously I didn't have a chat overlay, but that's a recent development here. Doesn't burn any excess fuel, assuming it was not easy. Yeah, this will give you like proper logic. Like, you can quite often get away with not adding any logic. If you have just like a bank of generators, you can just put a battery sensor on one of the batteries. Like, if you figure out which battery drains first, since sometimes they're not drained in parallel, you could use that one to like control the generators like topping off. But if you need more complicated logic, then I mean, this is it. This is an AND gate. So I'm zooming in now, and let me simplify this just so it's easier to tell what the heck's going on. This platform is not connected to my power grid at all. It's completely isolated. We have a battery on it. The reason for that is these power switches do not drain power. They check for the existence of power, but they don't actually drain it if there's nothing to send the power to. So I'm just using this as like a steady, like if you've played Minecraft, this is like a redstone signal that's always on. I have a redstone torch here providing a signal to these AND gates. And I power the platform, and then I'm pulling a power cable out of the platform up into the power switches. You don't actually need the platform. You could do all of this on flat terrain, and it will still work exactly the same, but the platform makes it feel more organized. I could do it like this. This is the exact same logic gate without the platform here. Battery has to go through both power switches, which means they both need to be turned on. and then they hit this power sensor. And this power sensor is configured to send a pulse along these wires when power is either gained or lost. Firefly, thank you for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the science lecture here. So when this signal is either gained or lost, it will send a pulse. This is a pulse-based wiring system, not to be confused with like the redstone like constant signal. It switches to a pulse signal. I don't know why they did both in this game, but if you ever used wires in Terraria, Terraria uses pulsed wiring. This game's a combination of both of those things, and that will toggle these arms on or off. So when power is gained, I toggle the arms and they turn on. When power is lost, I toggle the arms, they turn off. Technically, I could invert that as well. So if power is gained and lost, I could invert the signal like this by just manually switching one of the arms to the other state. It doesn't turn the arms on or off, it toggles them. They just switch to whatever state they weren't at previously. That's how most of the interactables work in this game. Never done wiring in Terraria, only Minecraft. Yeah, then the Minecraft wiring is kind of like this, except there's no AND gates in Minecraft. You have to like set up a contraption with like redstone torches or pistons to get the same effect. It's cumbersome. It's cumbersome in this game as well, but for like different reasons. Mostly the fact that you have to understand swapping between a constant signal and a pulse-based signal system, because this game just has both of them for whatever reason. But you work with what you got in these video games, and this is what we got. So hopefully that was a reasonably coherent explanation of how this is set up, and the only purpose for these platforms is just to organize it so it's a little bit easier to move it around, because I don't have to move like 9 different objects when I want to move this array of like I guess just logic like power switches and such, because otherwise I'd have to move them all one at a time, and that's just not fun. And then as for the reason why I'm using a battery and not connecting this to my power grid, if my power grid ever goes out, that essentially acts like a third signal to the AND gate. Because the original power, so you could imagine my power grid going out as like another power switch, like right here between these two connectors. That doesn't really matter for the purposes of what I'm doing here, because if the power goes out, none of the arms are going to run anyways. But just kind of to keep things isolated and separate from the rest of the system, I'm using a battery, because this battery, again, will not be drained by these power switches, and so the power will never go out, and I will know that my logic system is always in the correct state, even if the power is going out upstairs. In practice, I have not had the power go out in dozens of hours in this base, because I have so many solar arrays at the top of that gateway. I have 3 large solar arrays up there, not the ones that you can make, the extra large ones that you can find on the planet. They're each producing 192 units per second of power. And then I have a battery bank of like 72 medium batteries for the nights. This base is not going to run out of power for a very, very, very long time. I need to clean this up a little bit here. I just noticed I have extra crap on that slot. There we go. So there we go. Hopefully I answered all the pending questions. And this cable here, I'm just doubling up the battery. So it's going to power both of these logic gates, including the second one here. And I could also just put the battery directly on the platform. And as you can see here, the battery is not actually blocking this cable. This cable is coming out of the platform into the power switches. The battery is not in the way of it. The battery is just powering the platform, which is then powering the switches. That's the gist of it. There's your logic 101. And to make an OR gate, OR gates are a little bit more complicated, but it's essentially you just need to have 2 power switches. You join them with a medium platform, and then you have the power of the platform feed into a power sensor. That's an OR gate instead. In fact, you know what, why not? Let's just show that, just for anyone who wants the full shebang. The 2 basic logic gates that you can use to accomplish more or less anything in this game if you really wanted to make a computer. Though, as I said a while ago, do not make a computer in this game. It is buggy. They stop working if you have too many of these. Would highly recommend you go play Minecraft if you want to make a computer instead, but you can technically do it in this game. It'll just be very buggy. Just pick whatever like operating system you don't like and pretend that I made fun of that operating system about the computer not working correctly. So I'm gonna make an OR gate real quick here. We're not gonna use an OR gate for anything. We don't need one, but just to make sure that I've covered my bases here. All right, so OR gate. You do this. You connect it like this. And you connect your battery to the outside like that. That's an OR gate. If I could get the... Oh, I think we need 2 batteries, actually. They won't let me do the bi-directional thing that I wanted to. So you would have 2 batteries like this. So power there, power there, power there. That's an OR gate. And then you connect this to an auto arm. So if either of these signals were met, let me rotate it so it doesn't grab anything. So if either of these signals are true, the auto arm will turn on. So if this one's off, or let me turn it on. It's on by default. So if either of these signals are true, the arm is on. If they're both off, the arm turns off. On, off, on, off. And then if both are turned on, the arm stays on. That's an OR gate, and then we showed the AND gate right here. So there's your logic gates. I think that basically covers everything. And then I guess to make a NOT, you can make a NOT gate as well. It's literally just, let me connect this. You want to make a NOT gate for whatever reason, which I have not needed to really do. It's just set up like this. And you'd have a power switch like this with a battery. And then we can just pretend we're directly powering the arm for that one. You could also set up another power switch. Set it up like that, and that's a NOT gate. Let me actually do cleaner like that. There we go. Alright, so that right there would be a NOT gate. So let me toggle this one. You can see only one of these is on at a time. So there you go. Those are the 3 like rudimentary logic gates. Like you don't, like Infernus was telling me earlier, you don't apparently need all 3 of these. You only need 2 of them to make a computer, but this is the gist of it if you're trying to make a logic system like this. So there you go. Go make a supercomputer, chat. Just put me in the description when your video gets millions of views as the inspiration for your supercomputer in Astroneer. Again, don't actually do that. Make a supercomputer in Minecraft if you're going to do that. Do not make it in Astroneer. It probably won't work. It's unfortunate, but this game is not as reliable as I'd like it to be. Okay, so I heard a noise. Mr. Maximad, thank you for the follow. Go ahead and hook all these up. I think I covered everything I wanted to explain here. You could of course combine these gates to make like XOR gates and XNOR, and from there you've got literally everything. This game is Turing complete, as they say. Let me get this arm fixed up here. Alright, so it should be like this. I'm going to turn it off for a second. That's a good way to store proximity sensor. You said that like 5 minutes ago. My god, I'm a bad streamer. Yeah, you can, for anyone who's wondering what this abomination is, this is just a stack of repeaters. These are actually not proximity sensors. That's the only one you can't do that with, is these ones right here. But the rest of these, this is a stack of button repeaters. This one's count repeaters, delay repeaters, and then more count repeaters, because I made way more than I needed. You could store them like this. They actually chain. They'll send the signal up into the one on top of them. But I'm just using this to store them because it's very convenient. This is just a storage rack of things I printed ahead of time. Talked about auto arms causing lag. Yeah, they do drain power as well. If I tried avoiding them by putting multiple steps worth of machines on the same platform, it's difficult to do that and get the correct flow for what I'm trying to do here. It's hard for me to explain why I haven't done that. What I could say is I have considered doing that and it never works for what I've tried to accomplish here. Like I guess part of the problem here is I don't want to chain chemistry labs, for instance. What I've done with this base, there is a chemistry lab for every single chemistry recipe in this game, and there's some smelters over there. This is an everything factory that you're looking at here. So you can see steel, aluminum alloy, there's some glass is being made over there. That one's rubber, I think, in the corner. There's a factory for everything, and I don't want to chain together the factories. Like, I'm not making a nanocarbon alloy factory. I'm making an everything factory. I don't want to make a factory that consists of creating graphene, and then creating titanium alloy, and then creating steel, and then creating nanocarbon alloy, and then just feeding in like the 5 or 6 raw materials I need to do that. I think it might be more than that. Yeah, I need carbon, so I would need organic. You could probably come up with clever ways to chain those together with an XL platform like Firefly is saying, but I want an intermediate product to be sent up to the storage, and as a result of that, I don't really benefit from using larger platforms. Like, I could put a bunch of this stuff on the same platform, but then you start running into issues where this game is being stupid. Like, one question that might come up here is, Cosine, why don't you put the graphene on the same platform as the chemistry lab and let the chemistry lab pull it off of that platform and then output titanium alloy? And the answer to that is, this game is stupid. What'll happen is, if I do that, I will fill up all of my output slots with input materials, and then the chemistry lab won't have a place to put anything. So I will have just moved the problem somewhere else. Like, either I will fill it up with titanium alloy and I can't put graphene on the platform anymore, and we have this solution, or I fill this up with graphene and titanium and then I have nowhere to put the titanium alloy and we just have the reverse solution. And that's what will end up happening if you use large platforms, because you cannot tell this game where to put these materials. The machine will just shove it into an empty slot wherever it is. And if you have no mechanism to control like where the materials go, you will eventually have a material show up in the wrong slot. Like, the slot that the materials go in is deterministic as far as I'm aware. Like, I think if I were to take this thing off, I'm pretty sure this machine is always going to place on this right slot first. Like, I'm pretty sure it's always going to output there. But it becomes a delicate balancing act of making absolutely certain that you never accidentally fill any of the slots with the wrong material. It was much easier for me to just set up like modular, like auto arm fed setups where I don't have to worry about eventually getting a backup because one of the slots filled up with a material that it was not supposed to. It's unfortunate. I wish you could tell the chemistry lab where to put the materials, but the best I could do is essentially prevent it from placing a material anywhere I don't want it by using auto arms as like sort of one-way. You could think of these auto arms as like one-way like paths for materials to follow between platforms. In lieu of being able to control that myself, I can make sure that this platform doesn't fill up with graphene by making sure that I only ever put graphene on the chemistry lab. And then I can only have titanium alloy here, and then this auto arm only grabs titanium alloy to put on the train, and I've solved all my problems by limiting the system like that. Yeah, Severin, I like some of those Final Fantasy songs. I'm glad I went through that playlist to add them. So you had that problem when you try to fit an entire setup that turns soil into power. Soil, organic, carbon, medium generator, the centrifuge filled all the storage. Yeah, centrifuges do that all the goddamn time. Like, it is extremely frustrating. Like, you're trying to put a centrifuge on the same platform as your smelter, and what'll happen eventually is that that platform, the output slots will just get filled up with garbage that you don't want to. Let's see, it filled it all with organics of the smelter. I'm assuming that the smelter couldn't output the carbon is what happened to you, because they didn't have a spot to put it. The other thing that could go wrong in that situation is the smelter could fill the platform with carbon, and then your centrifuge can't output its organic. And I don't believe that it will put the organic directly in the smelter. That's why I have auto arms. That's why everything here is auto arms. Every single time I tried to come up with a clever solution, I immediately got cock-blocked by something showing up in a slot that it wasn't supposed to and just ruining the contraption that I was working on. So I just stopped doing that. I just gave up on it. And this was the final product, was this design pattern that you see right here. You can actually see pretty much the entire thing right here. This is the entire factory that I had set up for this, except I haven't connected the logic gates for this one yet. Inputs over here with auto arms. They go into the chemistry lab. They can only go in the chemistry lab. They can't fill these slots. Chemistry lab fills these slots, and then an arm takes the output product and puts it on my train. And this train line runs in a big loop, and it goes upstairs. You can actually see it over there in the back in the dark area. That's going to go upstairs eventually, once it's done waiting for quartz, probably is what it's collecting right now. And then it's going to go upstairs into the main sorting area. And that's like the full system that I have. And then the sorting area is directly above me. And if I had any titanium, it gets pulled through the ceiling by this auto arm here. Just take my word for it. It can grab it through the ceiling. And then this auto arm grabs it from this tall storage, and we repeat the cycle. That's my modular everything factory in a nutshell. Let me finish what we were doing here now. So let's hook that up. Make sure all these platforms are locked. What planet is this? This is Calidor. It's So that's Calidor dust right there. The only way I could prove to you that this is Calidor is by looking at that dust or the atmospheric condenser. But this is, yeah, there we go, Calidor. That's way better than showing you the dust. I built my base on Calidor specifically because I wanted to build on a planet that had... Basically, the planet needed to not be Silva, because Silva is boring. It needed to have hydrogen so that I wouldn't have to import hydrogen for the hydrazine factory, which you can see over there. And I just wanted a planet that wasn't a pain in the ass. I think Visania also has hydrogen on it. I don't recall for sure, but Visania is gross and disgusting, and I hate those giant, like, tumor, like, terrain objects that it generates. So I just went for Calidor. That just seemed like the best solution. I think there's one other planet that has hydrogen, but I don't recall which one it is. And Calidor also had copper available, which was a good early game material to have access to. So I just went for Calidor, because I liked having access to copper and aluminum. It allowed me to make aluminum alloy, and that's like an early game chemistry lab recipe that's good to have accessible on the planet that you start on. Just import it via train. I can import zinc via train because of the space elevator that I showed earlier, but other than that, I'd have to make a space elevator to any planet I wanted to import materials from. And I suppose I could have built a space elevator to Silva from whatever other planet to import the hydrogen, but my god, that would be a pain in the ass, and it took a long time to build that space elevator, so I wouldn't have had access to that for a really long time. Not fun, don't want to deal with that. I think Calidor was a good choice for this project. Anyways, second one here. So I need another, storage sensor. One over here, I believe. Am I out of storage sensors, or am I just a big dummy? I'm a big dummy, they're right here. Yeah, I have storage sensors. I'd be back? Alright, see ya. It's alright if you're not back, too. Like, I'm never upset if somebody just disappears from chat without, like, saying anything. Like, it happens. Real life happens. Sometimes you just don't want to, like, say goodbye and then wait for the streamer to respond. Like, that's just the Twitch experience. Like, people come and go. So I will not be offended if somebody just stops talking after a while. Like, these things happen, and it's late at night anyways. At least here it's late at night in the United States. Of course, we got people from all over the world here, so I shouldn't assume that it's late everywhere. Let's see. Actually, this is supposed to detect full or not full. This one should be detecting empty. I'm just setting up the same logic gate a second time, pretty much, but for removing the objects from my buffer and putting them on the train. So the first check, is there anything in the buffer? And that should be set to true, which it is. Second check, is the train in the station? Which it is now, but we're going to miss this cycle. That's what this one is connected to. Yeah, we just missed it. So the train is not in the station. How many columns are in a resource chunk? I don't know what you're talking about, Sovereign. What do you mean, like this model? I'm not entirely sure. There's 13 for this one in particular, but it varies depending on which one you're looking at. Like, this one is 13, and then it's 4 layers. Like, these are the number of, like, nuggies that you see in these. Like, you know, I guess maybe you don't know, but I could show it here. Like, when these things are, like, breaking down like this. Let me get the materials in so I can actually show this. This doesn't actually have any significance. You can see how they're getting broken down like this. Yeah, these are the resource nugget is the term for these, usually. And then there's these little sub-nuggets. The little sub-segments are just, like, I think calculated based on, like, a percentage value that is stored within this nugget here, which could range anywhere from 0 to 100%. It is possible to get 0% nuggets in this game. There's bugs that allow it to happen. It's also possible to get illegal nuggets, like this one over here that I can't fucking get rid of. This got dropped off of a drill at some point, and I have never been able to get rid of it. It's like a little more than half of a compound nugget. I can't pick it up. You're not allowed to interact with them if they're not 100%. And this dropped off of a drill when I was digging this cave out down here. Like, between saves, I basically started digging with the drill, and this just dropped off of it, unfinished, onto the ground. And it has just been here. I can only move this with a winch. But anyway, the point is the number of like visual components on this is different between individual models. This one's also 13, but these ones, for instance, only have 10. So like, these are split into 10 segments and then 5 layers, so they're 50 in total. It's calculated based on an internal value. I'm like 99% certain the number of like sub nuggets doesn't actually matter for this. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's cursed. It's sitting next to two like research holders. These both had medium research items on them, and they didn't despawn when I removed the research item, which they usually don't. I think these can be blown up, but they fell down here at some point while I was building the base, and I've just decided I didn't feel like getting rid of them. Also, there's a particle emitter here. Huh. I didn't know there was a particle emitter here. It might be wedged into the floor, so I probably can't step on that one. I think that one's wedged into the floor. There's jank for everything, Severin. Like, I've got, like, an answer tucked away for, like, every absurd question that comes up for games like Spelunky, and sometimes it applies to this game, too. This is another video game where I quite often have an example of jank that you didn't even realize existed yet, because I have been playing this game for an alarmingly long time. So we got that hooked up. I think we're good to go then. This last power switch here is the manual override, so that I can turn off the titanium alloy if I don't want to produce any. Because right now I don't have a system that can detect whether or not I have enough graphene and titanium. I could do that. I could add more logic gates. If I wanted to check how much graphene and titanium I had before making titanium alloy, I could add 2 more power switches to this system for each of those checks. It's just getting very cramped down here, and I have not bothered to do that. That might be an improvement I make in the future if I decide to go do like an optimization pass on this like everything factory. But I just don't feel like doing it because it doesn't matter that much. And once we have the full factory finished, I can essentially just turn all of these on, and eventually the factory will fill up. Even if it wastes half of my graphene on diamonds, eventually I will fill up a canister of diamonds and all the graphene will be used for titanium alloy instead. But for now, I like having manual control over whether or not these things run. It's also unfortunate that they got rid of the half storage sensor that they teased once on the Discord for this game before they released the storage sensors, and then for some fucking reason the devs removed it. And we only get empty or not empty, or full or not full as our checks. Like, you cannot check for 50% capacity, because what I would like to do is go look upstairs and say, hey, is that canister 50% full? Okay, turn on the titanium alloy factory. We have enough graphene. But instead, it's basically all or nothing. That's the whole reason why I have overflow canisters upstairs, is because I cannot detect whether the large canister is filled or not until it is 100% filled. I can't check if it's at like 90% or anything like that, which I would love to know if it was at 90% so I could turn off the factory. But instead, it has to be at 100%, and I have to basically have a second one, like a smaller canister that I check for anything in it. And that's the one that I use to determine whether or not I turn everything off. It's a gross, hacky solution to a problem that shouldn't exist. But for some reason, the devs are afraid to add complicated features to this game, so they just watered it down. And unfortunately, this is what we have to work with. It's better than nothing. It works, it gets the job done, but I really wish that a lot of this stuff wasn't so tedious. I would be more compelled to make an optimal factory if it wasn't such a pain to make some of the parts of this factory. But this is what I signed myself up for. It has still been fun and interesting to do it, and I'm going to finish the factory. In fact, we're going to finish the bulk of the factory today, but then it'll be a matter of future streams deciding what I want to optimize and finding any other activities that I want to do. And that should be it. We have both of our AND gates. We have the inputs for the chemistry lab, and then we have the like output system to take objects out of the buffer and put them on the train whenever it rolls by. I believe this is all set up, so all that's left to do is wait for the train to show up. That would have been really cool if the train showed up right as I said that. But it didn't. Partially because I'm looking in the wrong direction, and partially because I got unlucky. It's actually going to come from over here. More like a logistical challenge to work around the limitations. I would prefer that if the limitations were fun, but most of the limitations are either bugs or inadequacies in the tools that the devs gave us. So, like, they're not really fun limitations. They're just annoying limitations. Like, if you want a game where you can, like, optimize your factory, go play Factorio. I'm doing this to prove that I can do it. This game is definitely not meant to be played like this. And as you can see there, we just unloaded a couple of these, and then the train moves on. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more delay repeater to the train, or to the stop, and then call it good on that. And then we just have the nanocarbon alloy. The final frontier, the ultimate factory, the nanocarbon alloy factory, the thing that everybody posts about on Reddit. And it's literally just like a soil centrifuge to nanocarbon factory that just makes the intermediate ingredients. This is way more elegant than just making nanocarbon alloy. We're making everything here. We're not stopping at nanocarbon. Like, nanocarbon is not even that useful, honestly. Like, I made one portable oxygenator, and then what am I supposed to do after that? Actually, come to think of it, I never made this portable oxygenator. This was, I think, a reward for one of the missions I did. So I never even made a portable oxygenator, I'm pretty sure. So nanocarbon has only been used for those large storage canisters that I have upstairs. I'm not sure, because I have, oh yeah, and a few RTGs. I've made a few RTGs for the rovers. I just want to see real quick if I have a portable oxygenator researched or not. I did unlock it, okay. I did unlock it, I might have printed this one. I don't remember for sure. But this is the only one I've ever made because I just don't really have any other use for it. So the RTGs for the rovers and the large canisters are the only things that I've bothered making with this. And then besides that, really getting 400 nanocarbon alloy is just, it's just a flex. Like, there's no other reason to do it. I'm just flexing. But that's the only purpose. Let's wait for the train to leave. All right, let's insert another delay repeater. And there we go. The train should wait long enough for 3 or 4 titanium alloy to get placed on it. And yes, I am very irritated by things constantly getting put in my inventory, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Care Bear with the raid. What were you up to? You doing any Spelunky stuff? You've been streaming other things? I haven't seen you stream in a long time. What were you doing? I'm going to use the good shout-out command that says what game you were playing. No, that's not what I want tab completion to do. Oh my god, Twitch, come on. I typed like GA and then pressed tab, and the first thing that came up was an emote of Gabe Newell. There we go. Okay, you were doing the HD stuff. That's HD, right? Like, is Spelunky Classic? Yeah, Spelunky is just called Spelunky, but it's actually HD, and then Classic is called Classic, I think. I forget how Twitch categorizes that. Oh, you're working on a Spelunky-like game. Oh, what are you doing? What are you up to? Adam Oliver, thank you for the follow. You're working on a Spelunky-like. Is the game going to be insanely, unreasonably hard like Spelunky? This is an important question. Not a stream title, you were play testing something. Version 0.03. That's how you know a game is like in super alpha when there's that many zeros in the version number. No, well, tell me about it. I'm curious. Or if you, or I mean, if you've got to go or something. If this is just like a raid and dump, like you need to go to bed or something, that's all good. But I am curious. I didn't know you were working on a game. Reasonable difficulty. That's the kind of difficulty I like. I like difficulty where it's the player's fault when things go wrong. Which usually it is in Spelunky, but I mean, let's not turn up my Astroneer stream into me complaining about Spelunky, but let's just say Spelunky is sometimes not reasonable in its difficulty. I think we're good to go on the titanium alloy, so let's go make the nanocarbon. For anybody who doesn't know what the hell I'm doing here, normally I'm a Spelunky streamer, but I play other games too, and we are playing Astroneer, working on an unreasonably complicated and difficult everything factory, and we're currently trying to make the last thing in the everything factory. So if you don't know anything about this game, I'll answer questions. If this game isn't for you, that's all good, I understand. And if you do know what's going on in this game, then, well, I'm proud of you, because it's very hard to follow along sometimes. This is incredibly convoluted. Like, this is beyond endgame, what I'm working on right now. Like, this is beyond, like, even achievements. Like, there's no reason to do any of the stuff that I'm doing right now. Why is this music so loud? Stop. There we go. I'm gonna check it out. You want to post a link? Yeah, you know what? Sure, yeah, go for it. Throw a link. I don't know if I'll play it or not, but I might look at the link. I trust you not to post like a bad link or anything. Made by Garrett. Itch.io. First Castle. I feel like I heard about this. I think I knew you were doing this and I forgot because I'm a bad person. Alright, chat, I have checked it. It is not a Rickroll, so it's probably safe to click on. Those are my criteria. It's not a Rickroll, and it's not like a shock link. Yeah, I'll look at this. I don't know if I'll play it or not, but I'll like look at the like pictures and whatever other description you have, because I am curious. I'm just curious while you're working on like where the inspirations from Spelunky come from. How long have you been working on this though? Like, have you been streaming this a bunch and I've been missing it? 'Cause I usually at least like peek into your streams when I see you doing that, but to be fair, I've been kind of inactive on Twitch for a while, so I might have just straight up missed it. At some point though, I'd like to just like stop by and have a peek at what you're doing with it, even if I don't stay for long. I'm one of those people that like follows a lot of people on Twitch, but I either lurk or just don't watch streams at all very often, because I tend to just prefer to do my own thing. The first time you saw him stream, okay, I wasn't insane, right? I was like, I usually will check on Gary's streams because it's usually something interesting. Well, if I ever spot you doing that, I'll give it a look. Wait a minute, oh no, you were cheating on me? Severin, you were watching somebody else's stream at the same time as mine? How could you? How could you? I'm so upset. I'm definitely not joking about that. No, it's completely fine. I multi-stream all the time. Watch a couple people at the same time, have one of them muted while I'm just like watching the other one. Only working on it for a month, but you haven't been streaming. Keeping things secret. Okay, that's understandable then. Well, if I ever see you working on that, I'll definitely give it a look. I'm very curious about it. So, nanocarbon alloy. Again, the final frontier. We need steel, titanium alloy, and helium. And conveniently, I prepared all of those things for you off stream, so you don't have to watch me collect any of them. Isn't that convenient? Look how fast we're doing all this. So let's pull all this junk over here. Grab this one, get everything out of the way of the rail. I might have to move this rail post. When are you gonna watch funny cat girl VTuber play Final Fantasy 14? Wait, when else? What are you talking about, Mel? Who? I'm not sure. Are you just saying like you're memeing? You're memeing, right? Actually, you know, you would absolutely do that. And you know what? I don't even want to shame you for it. To be fair, cat girl streamers could be cute. Or you could watch Mel, who technically qualifies as a cat girl streamer. I'm talking about Melanie for anybody who's confused. Technically qualifies as a cat girl streamer, depending on when you watch the stream and which point redeems you do. Alright, so what I'm doing here, actually, let me make sure I'm not going to break one of the trains. Oh god, what have I done? I need to wait a second here. I'm moving these rails. I want to wait for the train to pass through so that I don't accidentally break the signal while I do this. So, where is the train? That one's over there. Yeah, the other one's gonna drop. Yep, there it is. Alright, so I need to rewire this. You're technically lurking in another stream. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not upset about that at all. I'm joking about that. Like, I know Severin understands, but like, I do not mind people like lurking my streams or muting it and watching other streams or falling asleep to my streams. I am providing this content to the public domain for people to enjoy it in whatever way they please, as long as them enjoying it doesn't consist of making deep fakes. Oh god, I broke the signal. Hold on, emergency. I need to reconnect this before the next train comes through or it's gonna break everything. Like, my policy would be do not sell my content and do not make deep fakes. Like, other than that, I do not care what you do with my stream content. Knock yourself out. If you want to masturbate to it, you can. Though, honestly, I'm not sure how you're doing that. I don't think my content's that raunchy, but you know, you do you. Just keep it to yourself. Put that there. Can't make deep fakes. In actual honesty, I would prefer that you didn't, just because the deepfake industry is going in a nasty direction. I know you're memeing in fairness, but that's an industry that's going in an ugly direction, and I'm not for it. So that's like, I would not be comfortable with somebody like training an AI in my voice, and I think most streamers would have the same opinion about that. Like, deepfakes are getting nasty. Like, it's getting to the point where you cannot tell them apart from the real thing, and that's just something I would prefer people did not do with my voice. So always respect, like, the wishes of somebody that you're, like, trying to train an AI off of, because they may not be into that. It's getting to be a weird problem. Like, people making deepfakes of just, like, scandalous content so that they can just, like, cancel somebody on Twitter, or the platform formerly known as Twitter. I don't like it, but it's where the future seems to be going for whatever reason. Also, it turns out I didn't need to move that rail at all. I'm just going to build it on this side because I have an output right here. You're already training a model on my voice. I mean, there is a lot of training data for that model. Like, you could probably make a deepfake of my voice if you really wanted to. Need to carefully move this back a bit. I just prefer that people did not. I mean, ultimately, I have very little say in the matter. There we go. At least until we get, like, a system where you can, like, claim deepfakes, which honestly might be the direction that goes in. We might eventually reach a point where you can, like, file a copyright claim for, like, a deepfake of your voice. Like, say that the training data of the voice is, like, rightfully your possession. I wonder if that's the direction that problem is going to go in at some point. That seems almost reasonable. Like, it would solve some of the problems. It would give you a legal basis to attack somebody who is using your voice, like, against your wishes to produce content. All generated was dwelling music? Oh my god. No, you're doing it wrong. You gotta, like, add a noise filter to that, or all you're gonna hear is just random death noises. That's all you'll get from Spelunky. It would be amusing, though, if the training data was bad enough that it occasionally picked up, like, bits of the dwelling theme. I would assume at this point that most training systems could actually filter out sound like that, but it's a funny sentiment. I'm sure, like, older ones might actually, like, generate music if you trained them off of, like, somebody playing a video game, because they, like, couldn't tell the difference between the music and the person's voice. But we probably don't have that issue anymore. I suspect that's something they've solved. It's easy enough to, like, cancel out stuff like that as long as the voice isn't in the game. Maybe you could get it to say Uba occasionally, though. That'd be kind of funny if it still picked that one up. Okay, that's a good overlap. This should... yeah, I think this will work. Also, how dare you? I didn't even get to the point that was an insult. How dare you? I am not a dwelling streamer. I get out of dwelling sometimes. At least 50% of my stream content is not in the dwelling. Okay, that should be good. Pick that one up. Size and dwelling, how dare you? I've never been more insulted in my life for anyone to even infer that I'm a dwelling streamer. Sometimes I am a dwelling streamer, but I'm not a dwelling streamer, not so much because I wouldn't be stuck in dwelling if I was grinding, like, speedrun categories, but because I'm too impatient to grind the categories that make you a dwelling streamer. For anyone who doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, by the way, any of the Astroneer ones, we're talking about Spelunky 2, a ridiculously difficult platformer where you tend to spend most of your time in, like, the first area of the game, because it's so hard to get out of that area, even if you're good at the game, if you're trying to, like, do speed runs or something, which is part of what I do when I play Spelunky. That's what we're talking about with dwelling streams. Dwelling is the name of the first area in Spelunky 2. And it has some very characteristic music to it, and people spend a lot of time in that area, whether they want to or not, because the game is so hard. But in my case, I get impatient after a while, and I start doing, like, other activities on the game that don't involve being in dwelling. So that said, I don't usually play the in-game music, so really you wouldn't hear that much dwelling music, because on my stream in particular, I usually play my own soundtrack, because the Spelunky 2 music's not very good. Like, it's not bad music, but it's not very interesting, so I tend to have my own playlist going for Spelunky. Incidentally, some of that Street Fighter music from earlier is going to go on that playlist at some point. I don't know when. I'll have to go through the OST and, like, pick out the ones I like, but I'm going to throw a couple of those on the Spelunky playlist. There's our nanocarbon. Alright, so we've got all the machines laid out. Now let me plug this one in. Really doesn't matter how you wire these together. There's no concept of just like current resistance and voltage and heating up cables and melting them if you have too much current flowing through them. This game is literally just the signal is a number, and that number of like power units just exists in the entire network at all times. There isn't really much to the network infrastructuring in this game. You just run the cables wherever they fit. And honestly, I'm okay with that because I feel like that's an area of complexity that I don't think would make this game more fun. Like, I'm glad that it's as simple as it is, because my god, if I had to wire this, like, abomination of a factory to actually not burn out my cables, I would be very frustrated. So I'm happy with the way that they approach the problem. Not every game needs to have, like, a realistic power system. And we got those hooked up. The helium, that's what I'm forgetting. I was like, why do I have an extra auto arm? And we're almost done here. And the helium goes in this slot. I'm going to... I think I'll just grab the helium from this side. Yeah, I can reach that slot. We put it just over here. Doesn't really matter. Set them both to output. I'll have to top this off at some point here. But these will last for a pretty long time. Am I missing something here? No, maybe not. Okay, we'll do that. And I need to power it, which is easy to do if I just flip the cables into the platforms. If it fits, it sits. And there we go, that's the helium. Let me rotate it a little bit. Needs to aim for that spot. You also cannot accidentally kink your cables in this game. Well, you can, but it doesn't break them. Nothing happens. You make the bendiest cables in the world, as long as they connect to what they're supposed to, they'll still work. It's just a visual thing. Alright, now for the logic gates. So again, it's the same drill as before. If anyone has any questions about this, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'm just rebuilding the same logic gates that I made for the other 3 factories that we set up today. So nothing new to see here. I'm just gonna build it the same way I did before. I'll put this one on the other side just so I have a little bit more space to work with. It is getting very cramped in here. I'm not terribly stoked about, but there's only so much you can do about that. So I'll put the first gate here. This will be for whether or not we provide resources to this chemistry lab. So let me just set it to always be turned on. And then this one over here will be whether I unload resources onto the train. And I should be able to leech off the power that came from these logic gates, so that should simplify this a little bit. There we go. We can reuse the battery here, since this never gets drained if you're only using it for logic checks. Put that there. Alright, power sensor. And this power sensor will operate the 3 inputs to the factory. And putting the segment pin on top like this is just for organization. It doesn't matter where you put that, it just makes it a little bit easier to branch it and see where the signals are coming from. But putting it directly on top of this thing doesn't actually functionally work any differently. Like that. Alright, there we go. That's the first check. Let me turn it off for a second here so it doesn't put crap in my inventory. And then I need the 2 storage sensors. There should be at least 1 here. Alright, so the first check, as always. Is there room in the output from the factory? For this particular chemistry lab. The whole thing is a factory. This is just one chemistry lab. So we'll check for that. That's the first part of our AND gate, and there is room, so we turn that one on. And then the second one is, do I need nanocarbon alloy, the thing this is producing? And that signal comes from up here. There's a canister upstairs that we're measuring from. So let's just pull that down. And we also need nanocarbon alloy. So those are our two checks, and that'll cover the inputs. These arms will only be active if we actually need nanocarbon alloy. And I made a mistake. This arm should not be able to reach that, so let me move it just a little bit so it can't reach anymore. I'm surprised it was able to reach that slot. That should be good now. And this one... This arm, yeah, cannot reach at all. Okay, so that was just a minor misplacement. I'll deal with these later. We only want the output product to go into that buffer, not any of the inputs. And these arms are stupid, and I cannot tell them where to place things other than by physically preventing them from filling slots I don't want them to. These are the tools I have to work with in this video game, but at least it's been an interesting challenge, even if it's slightly tedious. And then let's see, I like to rotate these around. I like to have the arrow pointing in the direction of the thing that I'm controlling the logic for. It just makes it visually easy for me to see what I'm doing. Having a consistent design scheme for stuff like this is nice, even if it doesn't actually affect how any of it works. Why is that? Oh, I connected the wrong one. There we go. I'm gonna put that one there. We're gonna have an empty slot, so I'll just put a filler item on it. That's part of what these tethers are for. These are just filler items. They just sit here and hold a spot so that nothing can accidentally get placed on that slot later. And then I need one more power sensor. I think we're done with this thing, so let me move it out of this mess of buildings. And then over here I have extra power sensors. Why is this on the floor? I guess I never put it away? No, I don't know why it's on the ground there. And we need a storage sensor as well. Good, I think I'm gonna have enough materials for the whole stream, so you don't have to watch me print anything. Always nice. It's always a win on the stream if I never have to print anything, and it looks like we're gonna get that this time. Alright, so now we need another storage sensor on the other side of this. This will detect whether or not the storage is empty or not. Trying to face it upright so that I can see the little indicator for what it's set to. Like many things, doesn't actually matter, but it looks a little prettier. Empty or not empty, and then this one is detecting full or not full. There we go, that's perfect. That's what we want. So that one's full. It'll stay off. And here's our power sensor. Alright, so the 3 conditions for taking outputs off of this buffer. First condition, that is 0th condition. Actually hook these up correctly. There we go. Alright, so first condition. Do I need nanocarbon alloy? That's taken care of by this one. For actual first condition, is there anything in the buffer? In this case, there is a lot of stuff in the buffer, so this one is turned on. Second condition, is the train in the station? The train is not in the station. This is where we get that signal from. Why is every song so loud? There we go. I have to add another timeout to that playlist to set the volume in the middle of the video. Stupid YouTube embeds do not work correctly. Alright, and then the last condition is a manual override, where I could turn the system on or off myself. And then we connect that to the auto arm that unloads it, and that is it. That should be the entire system. So this arm would be turned on right now. Train is coming out. It's going to unload some of the nanocarbon alloy. Okay, alright, hold on. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? What did I break? The train was supposed to stop there. Hold on, did I... Oh, I broke this one. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Crisis? There's no crisis. We're fine. I accidentally disconnected that when I moved this track earlier, so the train got called to the next stop. Okay, we're good. We're good. The next train, for sure, chat. The next train is going to be the one where this actually works. The snails are going to get hungry. Do I have time to go get snail food? I think I have time. I need to replenish the things that are causing me to glow like the sun down here, or else it is going to get very dark very quickly. And nobody on chat wants that. There will also be a loud hissing noise. We also don't want that. So let's really quickly do this, and then let's verify that our nanocarbon factory works. And then that is basically the hardest material to make in the game, completely automated from start to finish. As you can see, by the way, these weren't growing while I wasn't here, so that's why this rack didn't get filled up until I came back. But as long as they're sitting here, like planted in the ground, they will eventually fill it up, as long as I stop by it occasionally. Let's drop that off there. Alright, did we make it in time? I think we made it in time. Alright, so the full flow is here. We have steel and titanium alloy produced elsewhere in the factory. They get pulled from their containers down by these auto arms. They get put in this chemistry lab. This buffer gets filled up, and when the train comes along, at least part of the buffer gets emptied out onto the train, and then it gets sent up, or rather it gets sent down this rail all the way back to the sorting center, where it goes into the large container of nanocarbon alloy. And just like that, I could theoretically just let this factory run, and as long as I make sure the extractors stay running, which they don't due to a bug, but as long as I made sure the extractors stayed running, this factory will just eventually fill up every single large storage canister that I have upstairs, which I will show in a moment once the train comes by the station again. Let me go check where it is. It should be like right up here if I didn't miss it. I think I might have missed it, so we're waiting for this one to come through. It'll be like 30 seconds or something, so I have time to show where the nanocarbon alloy is going to end up. It's going to get sorted by these arms here. It's going to get pulled across this mess, and the whole purpose of this mess really is just to make sure that I don't back up my system. Pretend there's just like one canister in the front, because this is really the one that matters. It's all going to get put in this large canister, and that is the full life cycle of a nanocarbon alloy. From start to finish, all the like intermediate ingredients will eventually get constructed into this material right here, which I will then proceed to do nothing with because I have already more of it than I know what to do with. But sometimes it's about just making things because you can, not because you should. So here we are. The train just got called to the station. This arm is going to unload some crap onto it. See how much time it has. It should be able to drop 3 or 4. This factory, as I've said before, is not like optimized for throughput. It's optimized for eventual functionality. It looks like it got 4 off. And there they go. And then in the meantime, since there's room in the buffer, the factory turns back on and there will be a full buffer waiting for the train next time it comes through. That's it. That's the everything factory. We've been working on this for like over the course of months across several streams, slowly piecing it together. And barring like any mistakes I made in building this, I think we literally have the everything factory finished. All I have to do is feed it raw materials from the auto extractors and the gas pumps that I have elsewhere in the game. Oh. It's almost underwhelming. There's no fanfare, there's no achievement you get for doing this. It's just the sense of pride and accomplishment for finishing it. But we finally did it. Episode 19, the 19th like 6 to 10 hour stream of Astroneer, and I finally finished the everything factory. Every single material that you see in this display is now being either sourced from an auto extractor or being produced at somewhere in this factory. Actually, there are a couple auto extractors we need to finish. So yeah, yes, technically the factory is done. The auto extractors are not. We do not have an auto extractor that is collecting compound right now. I have to manually import it.
You done diddly doed it.
You done diddly doed it. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. So there are still things to do here. I think I might build one of the auto extractors, then end the stream around the 4-hour mark, because I said I didn't want to go super late tonight. So we're gonna probably make the compound extractor. But let's see, we don't have an easy extractor for compound. We technically have one for resin, but it has to be reset like constantly, so it's not very good. Quartz is automated. Graphite is automated. Lithium we have to import from another planet, so we can't automate that yet. Yet meaning if I decide to build another space elevator, we could automate lithium. Ceramic, yep, that's the other one. I need to make an auto extractor for compound, resin, and ceramic. And then I can make optimizations for like iron, for instance. I'm running out of iron right now because the auto extractor I have on the planet with iron, because there's no iron on this planet. That's just how it works in this game. The planet that does have it has a really shitty extractor that runs out constantly, and I have to reset it. So there is still work to do. Like, we're not done with this playthrough. However, the factory itself is finished. It's just a matter of feeding inputs into it. So let's go ahead and take these off. This is unrelated to the factory. This was the event I finished off earlier, where I just had to ship a bunch of tungsten carbide into space for some reason, because I don't know, they wanted it for some reason. So I'm gonna go ahead and deconstruct this off stream. Let me just move it off to the side, and I will deal with all this off stream. Like, between streams, I usually will clean up crap like this. Like, nobody wants to see me run around for the next half an hour. Well, maybe somebody does, but I don't want anybody to see me run around for the next half an hour just putting things away. Like, that's boring. That doesn't make for good content. It's not interesting in any way. And I would feel compelled to like provide commentary or otherwise make the experience interesting to watch. It's much easier to just do this between stream so that people can actually see the content that's interesting, or at least what I think is interesting about this game, which is actually building things, exploring, doing new things. That said, I will drop these off in the sorter because the sorter can take care of these. These are all raw materials. So eventually when the train comes by, this stuff will all get unloaded. In fact, you can see it happening now. And these will get sorted just like anything else I manufacture in the factory. You can kind of think of this as like a main bus if you ever played Factorio, where you just kind of send all of your stuff to like one central area and it'll find its way where it needs to go. But there's a combination of sushi and main bus design going on here, because this belt is basically sushi, but then it gets sorted into like a more of a main bus concept where I have everything in an individual like storage belt, and then I pull off of that down in the factory again. So it's a hybrid of those two concepts from Factorio. Why is this over here? Yeah, just put it on. I guess this must have like, the physics engine must have just popped that plant out of the pit. If I could go back in time, I would have made these pits deeper, because every now and then the seeds get ejected out of the pit. Or literally like 4 of them could get ejected out of the pit, like right as I explained that it only occasionally happens. I will have to clean that up later. The seeds will eventually despawn if they don't get planted anywhere, so that one I just dropped down that ramp will just disappear after a while. Oh my god, it's getting windy outside. I need to close a window. Hold on, I'll be right back for like just a second. There we go. As I mentioned earlier, my power went out earlier, and I need air conditioning to survive in this place, so it was colder outside than it was inside when the power went out, so I just opened a bunch of windows. I need to get up to close the window. My Alt key is really far away, and I have to stand up to press it, okay? Does that answer please you? A bad answer for a bad joke. Like, it's on my Alt key is on the other side of the room. I don't have a good explanation for why it's over there, but I have to get up to press it. Yeah, let's see, I'm distracted. Extractors, extractors, that's what we need to be doing here. So this is where I've been getting the compound from. And as you can see, it's not connected to anything. This like particular rail post doesn't have a car on it. It's literally just a long wire. Like, it's just like a power line is the only reason that it's here. This used to be in a different spot, and I moved it around a little bit. It made more sense to have this one segment before I showed it just now. Whereas this one here, this ammonium extractor, is currently actually connected to the base, and it drops off the ammonium over there. Speaking of auto extractors and why I said I have to reset them occasionally, the devs, I don't think even the dev team knows how these are supposed to work. The way that these auto extractors are documented is that you put them on a resource deposit, and within a range, like it's about as big as I'm circling with my cursor here, like a sphere of that like diameter or circumference or whatever. Within that range, they will dig resources out of the ground. They will dig up, I think they said 15 times more resources than you would get by digging it with the terrain tool, which I have literally not used in this entire stream and will not use right now. This thing digs. You dig in the ground, and if there's a resource there, you get like resource nuggets, like these ammonium nuggets. We're not going to do that because it increases your save file size, which makes the game lag more, and it makes it take longer to load and save. And eventually you can't load your save at all if the save file is too big. Mine's about 10 megabytes, 11 right now. If you get this up to like 70 or 80, it starts taking a really, really, really long time to load your save. I have kept it very small, and I am very happy about that because it saved me a lot of grief. Like every time you get in the vehicle, the game auto saves for some godforsaken reason. That would take longer every time I dig terrain. Anyways, that's my excuse for not digging. But the point is, the auto extractor does this without deforming terrain. The thing about the auto extractors is they don't work correctly. And there's the dev team, like, I think the dev team literally just doesn't know what to say or do about these things. They're supposed to deplete the resources, but they never deplete the resources. What the auto extractor does instead is every resource that it quote unquote extracts from the ground, it like sets a flag in its memory saying that it dug up that particular resource nugget, and then it will not dig it up again. But picking up an auto extractor and placing it on the ground clears its memory of which resource nuggets it has dug up, and it will just dig up the same nuggets over and over and over and over again forever. The player just has to come back, pick it up, and put it back on the ground again. And these things have been in the game for like a year or two now, I think. I don't remember when they added auto extractors. The dev team, I'm pretty sure, has never once acknowledged the fact that the auto extractors do not work correctly. There's no like explanation of whether or not this is a bug or whether they changed their design vision for how these things work. I'm under the impression that it's a bug turned feature, but it's not a very good feature. I don't like how these things work. I want these things to work forever. The way here's Cosign's like rundown of how I think these extractors ought to actually work. First of all, the way the devs I think intended for it to work was it would deplete the resources forever, and you'd have to move it somewhere else. I think that's how they wanted it to work, but they didn't implement it like that. I don't know why. There are a lot of bugs in this game. You never really know like what was intentional or not, whether something changed before release at the last second because somebody didn't want it to deplete the resources. But I think the way auto extractors in this game should work is, first of all, they should rebalance them. I think make them a little bit slower to begin with. They totally replace the task of like extracting resources by hand, and then there's like no reason to ever dig resources again. I think they're overpowered. That's my personal opinion on the matter, but I could go either way on that. Maybe the speed is fine. But I think what should happen is when you place an extractor on a resource deposit, it should last forever, and the speed at which it digs should then be scaled based on how many resources are in its range. So if you place it on a rich deposit, it lasts forever and it produces materials faster. If you place it on a shitty deposit, it still works, but it extracts really slowly, which would encourage you to actually go explore the world and find more of these deposits. Or if you just have a higher demand for a particular material, you just make multiple extractors anyways and place them all over the place. And there would need to be a mechanic to make sure you can't just put two on the same deposit and get like double the benefit from it. I think that would be a way more interesting like end game for resource gathering. Like, it's not terribly complicated, but it would sort of be the Factorio equivalent of finding like a shitty deposit near your base and then just making a second like extractor deposit way further away because it has like richer materials in it. And it all depends on like what your demand is for these materials. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of demand unless you create like self-contained goals like the one I did here, where I just said I'm going to build an everything factory with no like further rationale for doing so. But in the future, if they ever added like a resource sink to this game for things like nanocarbon alloy, this would be like a much more fun thing to do. It would encourage you to go explore the planet a little bit more, find more resource deposits, set up more auto extractors, and you wouldn't have to deform terrain to do it, so it would not increase your save file, it would not cause lag, it would just be a fun way to upscale an endgame base. That is how I wish these auto extractors worked. So Dev and Chad, if you're listening to me, that's it. That's it. Just I hope you're listening to me. Take the feedback into consideration. I think it would be the best of every world with these auto extractors. You wouldn't have to dig terrain anymore. You wouldn't have to move the extractors around and inevitably deplete your like resources. And it would add a more interesting concept to the end game than just dropping down one extractor and then just having to run around them and replace them every now and then because they don't work automatically. You're a dev and you're in chat, but are you a dev of this game? That's the secondary requirement. You have to be a dev of this game in chat or else it doesn't work. They're not going to take your opinion seriously, unfortunately. As valid as your opinion might be, the devs of this game probably don't care about it. I mean, I don't think they care about my opinion either, because none of the things I've asked for have been added to this game yet, but who knows. Maybe they just don't want to talk in my chat because I'm toxic. We'll see. Maybe in the future they'll make that change to the auto extractors and I'll take credit for it regardless of whether or not they actually did it because I asked them to. Either way, I'd just be happy to have auto extractors be, well, auto. Like, it literally says auto in the name. It's called an auto extractor, not a pick it up and place it down every now and then extractor. It'd be like in Factorio if you had to go, like, just... You just had to go right-click on all of your, like, extractors every now and then in Factorio and place them again. It wouldn't be fun. You just have to do rounds between all of, like, the resource deposits. Like, this game is so close to having, like, the full automation system. The burner miner, you just gotta put coal in it. Except the coal is just a person going over there to just place it again. Anyways, let's go get the compound. So we've got a pretty good compound deposit over there. Let's see if we can double it up with this. So what I could do is I could send the compound all the way down here. And kind of just shove it in next to the ammonium. You can cram these things into a pretty ridiculously tight space, and I think that's what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to unload the compound at the same spot as the ammonium. So in order to do that, we need a few more rail posts. Let me go get my super silo of everything, because it has rail posts and a few other things on it. There we go. That's a good spot for it right here. And let's see. Hopefully these won't carve any terrain. I can fix it off stream if they do. And when I say carve terrain, when you place these little rail posts, the game will just kind of just helpfully carve a tunnel for you. And the tunnel that it carves for you with these rail posts is way bigger than it needs to be. So hopefully it won't like chop a piece out of my ceiling. Like, technically you don't even need a tunnel at all. These things would work completely fine if there just wasn't a tunnel. But for the aesthetics, it is kind of nice that they carve out a tunnel for you. I just usually don't want it to do it as big as it does. I do actually need this down here. Alright, then we're going to switch to the tall posts because they tend to stay a little bit more clear of the terrain. And we're aiming for that deposit over there, so let's just go in a straight line, something shortest path. We can actually collect these now, we don't need these for power anymore. And I'm gonna clean up all this mess after I get this hooked up. So let's see, how did I do this? I used a site pylon. So Severin, I mentioned there being a site pylon down in that tunnel earlier when you asked. It was one of these things, just in a box. And these things are nice because they're pretty much an end point for these like large posts. I don't know, I wish they weren't so big, but this thing is just an end point, is the function that it serves. I'm gonna open it all the way over here, however, so it doesn't automatically connect with that rail, because I don't want it to start making a mess until I decide exactly where I want to put it. So if the extractor goes roughly there, I could stick it like, probably here would work. Or I could put it over here. I think I'll actually stick it over on this side. This might work a little bit better. There we go. So the train will sit there, and this auto arm will go on this side. And it'll pull materials off of this extractor and dump them on the train. It's pretty good. That should be able to reach all of the train slots and the auto extractor without any issues. Just replace that auto extractor real quick so it refreshes its count. That bar on the side is supposed to indicate how many resources it might mine, but it's not always accurate. I've had it be like completely lit up green, and I have to actually pick up the extractor and replace it for it to do anything. So you never know. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Okay. I forgot that I didn't turn on my oxygenator and I left the base. That would have been incredibly embarrassing. I literally have I just have everything in my pocket, and I'm just sitting there running out of oxygen because I forgot that this was not hooked up properly, and I forgot to turn on the auto extractor because it was, or I forgot to turn on the oxygenator because it was making noise early. I am extremely glad I did not die there. That would have been our first death. Our first death on stream. There was one off-stream death that I mentioned before. But it was literally just I took fall damage while I was building something and not paying attention, but we have not died on stream in this playthrough. However, we have had to save scum a couple times due to unfortunate circumstances and soft lock related shenanigans. But I am not suffocating to death in a game where I make fun of how shitty the oxygen system is, not by my own negligence. No, if we're gonna die, it's gonna have to be something really funny. I mean, that might be funny for chat, but that would just upset me if that happened. Alright, so that's all hooked up. So for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, you might be thinking like, wow, I wish there were cable plugs on these site pylons. Wouldn't that be a really obvious thing to add? There are. It's a bug. There are 2 cable plugs at the origin point of this model. They're just here. Like, they're not visible. There's no like rendering for them. They don't show up on the model at all, but just at the origin point, there are 2 cable plugs on this site pylon. I'm 99% sure that the cable plugs are here because they copy pasted one of these. They removed like the actual origin point for the cable plug, but they forgot to remove the cable plug, like whatever like tag it has for having 2 cable plugs on it. I think they forgot to remove those. So they're just sitting in the center. You can't pull it. I don't think you could pull it. I'm guessing that you can pull from the plug if you were able to get your cursor to interact with the origin point of the model, but instead you'll just pick it up. It also might be the case that since this entity doesn't exist when you have nothing plugged into it, it might be that you can't pull it because that entity doesn't exist. But the point is, you can actually attach cables to these things, even though it's a bug. What they should actually do is just add 3 of them, one on these 2 things, and then one on the back over here. That's where the cable plug should have been, but this dev team is incompetent sometimes, and we didn't get that. They didn't bother doing that. But we have a bug that serves the same purpose. So devs, please, if you're going to fix this for any reason, at least add cable plugs first. Don't just remove them. Like, it's incredibly useful. Otherwise, the nearest cable source I would have would be the nearest post, which is all the way over here, which would be incredibly inconvenient. Yeah, this jank is basically functioning as a feature that should have been in this game when they added it. So I make do with what I got. I found that out accidentally, by the way. I happened to just drag a cable plug like over the top of one of those, and it snapped onto something. And from there, I realized like what was going on with it. This is just me manually moving the compound over here. The jank has jank. Yeah, that's really what it is with this game sometimes. Alright, we need another side pylon because I'm going to try to sort of double these up. Let me just say, like, anybody who's thinking, like, why I don't reuse the same rail line for this, it's not worth it. Like, the best way I could describe why I'm not doubling up and putting 2 trains on one line is it is so difficult to, like, articulate that and get the trains to not run into each other and get stuck. Like, they won't collide or anything. What happens is they'll both be going in opposite directions. They'll pass each other, and then they'll stop at the rail post, like where they would want to pass each other. They'll stop at that rail post, and they will refuse to move until you unjam the system. There's no, like, signaling system that I can reasonably use to justify how complicated it would be to have 2 trains on one line, or 1 train, like, taking turns for which station it interacts with. This game is just too limited to do that kind of communication without giving myself way more trouble than it's worth. It's easier to just have 2 rail lines. Maybe at some point in the future I will look into, like, making one proof of concept, like a train line that has a single train on it that can be called to specific stations when I needed to do things. But for now, that is, like, well beyond the scope of anything I want to do in this game. I want to finish off these extractors first, and then I'll start looking for, like, other tasks and things that I can add to the base, like maybe optimizing the rail lines and compacting them a little bit. So that might be in a future stream, but absolutely not right now. That's not what I thought was in my inventory. Where? Oh, they're on this side. I'm looking for the short rail posts. Wait, that's a tall rail post. Wait, is this a short rail? That's a short rail post. Got it. First try. They all look basically the same, so I could not tell them apart. So let's see, how are we going to cram this in? Probably start by, like, putting it there. Oh, let's go. It didn't carve out the ceiling. And I think maybe if I shift one of these over, I can put these, like, nearly on top of each other, but I would like to add a little bit of space between them. I could shove it in here, I suppose. Like, if I just, like, tuck this thing over to the right a bit. Actually, wait a minute, that's... Or maybe I put this underneath like that. Again, a lot of this stuff doesn't matter, but aesthetically I want to make it easy to tell. I want it to look good aesthetically, and I want to be able to comprehend what I'm looking at here. So I think I'll do all that, and then I can shift this over a bit. Yeah, something like that should work pretty well. That should be able to grab everything on the train and output onto this. There we go. Yeah, that's a good position. I think that's what we'll go with. I just need to shift it a little bit. Then I'm going to move this over to the other side. It's okay that it's disconnected. I will fix that in a moment. Okay, that's looking good. Let's add the logic for the second one now. I don't need any of these. And this one's going to grab compound. Stick it in the same spot. And conveniently, you can just overlap these and the game doesn't actually care. So I need to get one more site pylon now to finish this connection. Here's some I found earlier. Collected way more than I actually needed, but at the time I collected a bunch of these. I wasn't sure how many I was going to use. Turns out they're very big, and sometimes that makes it incredibly hard to find a spot where they fit. But the alternative is to just use, like, raw endpoints like this, and the problem with this is that this rail post will try to connect to this rail post. If I didn't have these site pylons here, like, the game would try to do a 180 and connect these two. The site pylons are like a terminus for the rail post. So at the expense of taking up an enormous amount of space, they will prevent the rail post from connecting to things I don't want them to. That is why the site pylons are here. So I'm just going to cram these in, like, about as close as I can get them without it being hard to click on things. Gotta be able to get to that. That should work. Okay, so that can pick off all the compounds. Then again, use the jank. There's a cable plug here. Plug it in. Everything is powered like magic. I mean, I could always like power it like this or something, but I kind of prefer to do end-to-end power instead of mess with the middle of it. So now we need to add the train. Actually, we need to add the logic as well. I need to add another AND gate. The AND gate being... Is there an AND gate? What was the logic for this one? Yeah, the AND gate is, do I need compound? And is the train in this station ready to receive compound? That's what I need to check for. So we need a couple of these. And a power sensor. The last one I've got there, but I have a few in storage if I need them. I don't have to print more. So far, we have not printed anything or deformed any terrain during this particular stream. Let's see if we can keep it that way. Run the logic from left to right this time. I like to run the logic in the direction of the thing it's going to connect to. Again, just personal preference, doesn't functionally change anything. Easier to see what I'm doing. And it's already very hard to see what I'm doing in this place, so why not make it better instead of worse? So, the two conditions for this are, is my storage train, like, waiting to pick up items? That's what this is encoding. And then the second condition, do I need compound? And that is going to come from all the way over here. I did not pull it through. Okay, well, you get to see how I do this process, and I, for some reason, didn't prep one of these in advance. I need to add a signal cable that goes through the floor there. And the frame rate's chunking a little bit. Probably just because I've been running the game longer. We're going to end stream soon, so there's no point in me, like, restarting. I apologize for the 30 frames per second, but we're not playing like a first-person shooter here. It's not quite as important as it could be. Alright, so this is our overflow detector. If this canister is full, then this particular storage sensor will send a signal because this overflow canister will start to fill. And then I have like the same design scheme that I use for all of these, where I plug it in like right over here. Having everything on a grid like this makes it much easier to tell what you're looking at when you're downstairs trying to figure out which cable pin is connected to what. I just wish you could like color these. Let's see. Actually, I need to do this. I place it here and then bring it with me. Sometimes the game's a little finicky about placing these through floors, so if I place it up top and then bring it downstairs, it should connect better. Alright, and then let's place it up here, where we can experience the full pinnacle of the bad camera in this game, as I desperately wish there was a first-person view, but there is not. So I just kind of got to eyeball this through the cable. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it looks a lot prettier when it is. Alright, now we have our signal cable that we can bring all the way over here. So in roughly a straight line, I need to take it over to that mess all the way over there with a bad camera. So I'm just going to kind of wing it and hope this works out. There's a limit to how long each of these segments can go, so I have to kind of break it apart into pieces. And where are we? Right over here. And one more, and then I should be able to go straight down. And this is our other condition. Do we need compound? That's what this is going to be checking for us. Plug it in right there. Once my camera stops zooming out. Alright, so in this particular case, do we need compound? Yes, so this switch should be on. Is the train in the station? No. So I'm going to toggle that. And that should be it for the unloader. I just need to build the rail car now. So I need an engine, and then there should be a car sitting on the floor over here somewhere. Okay, I'm trying to remember how I have to deal with the jank. There's some rather unpleasant jank that occurs with these things. Not the least the fact that there's a little tail coming off of this one for some reason. That should go away when I reload the save. So the car wants to rotate like this. And there's a bug I've been having with these cars getting offset when you save and load your game. If you use the rotation it wants, I actually need to do this. I need to have the car rotated that way, the other way around, and then put the engine on it. Otherwise, what'll happen is if this car is backed into the station, like so, and then I save and load my game, the entire car is going to shift itself forward 1 unit, and it's not going to be in the station anymore. God knows why. This game is a piece of work, but I have to orient them like in the opposite way, or they will just like get offset incorrectly. I don't know for sure if it's going to do it. I guess the thing is, it's not 100% that it does it. There might be another detail I'm missing. I'm not sure if I have to do it at the other end. Let me see if it happens. Let me try to do a default arrangement and see what happens. So here's a default arrangement. Let me go get a storage sensor. I'll prep this thing. Just disclaimer, it might not happen because I don't remember the exact circumstances that cause it. I just know flipping the car around makes sure it never happens. So I'm going to set up the train as I would like normally, if I didn't know that there was going to be some weird jank. We need it set to full or empty. And what this is going to do here is this is going to detect whether or not there are things waiting to be unloaded in this rail car. And when it's finished, it will send a signal to the rail car. Like the storage sensor is sensing the inventory of the entire train. And when the train switches from full to empty, it's going to tell the rail car to start, and that's going to cause it to move in the opposite direction of the site pylon that it's attached to. Sounds like the nonsense that crashes when you play a different game. Well, thankfully it doesn't seem to crash in this game, otherwise we'd have a problem. I have not like bricked my save, thankfully. I haven't like done anything that will not load. Because if I brick my save, I am in a lot of trouble, and I'm going to probably have to learn how the game's file format works to delete something. I hope it never comes to that. But it very well could. We'll see. We'll see if we ever reach that point. I have a decent number of backups for this game, but like, I mean, if I lose a bunch of progress, I may opt, like, especially if I brick my save like after a stream, like at the end of a stream, I save it and then I exit, and then when I open it up, I find out all my stream progress resulted in a bricked save. I would probably try to recover that save file instead of like redoing the stream or anything. Alright, so let's see what happens here. So this is the setup that might break. I don't know if it will or not, but I'm going to reload my save anyway, since I'm lagging a bunch. Maybe it'll help a little bit. Let's see what happens with this train. I'm like 50-50 on whether or not it's going to offset itself. So let's quit the main menu. $11 megabytes. Devs, please. Chunk-based save format. Notch figured out how to do this in Minecraft 10 years ago, and Notch is an idiot. Surely you could figure this out. It's an 11 megabyte save file because it is literally one single flat file that has to all get loaded into RAM before your game will open again, which is really fun for the Switch gamers that are already playing on a potato for a console. At least on PC, I have a little bit more leeway before I eventually get an unplayable game. Just sit here, wait. Again, like, this will take longer the bigger your save file gets. It's just more stuff for the game to unpack into memory. There it goes. It happened. There it is. On stream. That's the bug. That's exactly what happens. The whole fucking train will shift forward by one car. Like, you remember when I stopped, it was backed into the station. Bruh, why? Because the devs of this game aren't very good at making things work correctly. So the way you fix this is you take the train over here, away from the station. You figure out what orientation it wants. You flip it around, you attach it like that, and then it won't do that anymore. It has to be the opposite of what you wanted. Boy, isn't that intuitive? And then just take my word for it, it won't happen if you do it like this. Or if it does happen, I'll follow up on the next stream, but I'm pretty sure it will not happen with this arrangement. Now it'll work correctly when I save and load. But there we go, we now have on-stream evidence of that particular bug. Boy, I wish there was a place on the Astroneer Discord where I could report this bug with a very coherent explanation and live video footage of the bug taking place in the production release of the game so that the devs could fix it for me. Boy, what a shame you removed that because you were tired of 12-year-olds submitting bug reports about their car getting stuck in the ground. Just can't have nice things. Alright, so the train would be over here. This would be turned on. Is this facing the wrong way? It is facing the wrong way. This would be turned on and facing in the correct direction. Around you go. The green circle is where it pulls items. The blue circle is where it outputs them. I hope you're not colorblind, or else you're gonna just have to guess and check on that. Oh no, not. Hold on. No, never mind. No, we're fine. I thought I was getting a different bug. I'm trying to output onto the wrong spot. Everything's fine. There's a different bug that we have going on one of the other planets that I'm salty about, but we're not going to deal with it on this stream. Where I have an auto arm that refuses to interact with a particular train. Like, it just will not interact with that train under any circumstances. I don't understand why. But no, in this case, I forgot. I'm outputting onto the wrong spot. We need to do this. And again, I need to place this with the correct rotation and then put this on the front. Let's see if this worked. That can almost reach. I think I need to move it a little more. That should do it. As long as it can output onto all 4 slots in the train, we're good to go. And we're waiting for one more output product, so let's see how far along is that. I mean, you can see it chugging along. I think the way that this works is every time this thing pounds the ground, it pulls out like 1/5. Is it 1/15th? I don't remember actually how many pumps it takes. Maybe it's less than that. I think it's less than 15. That was supposed to send it away. Okay. Alright, what's wrong? Waiting for storage to empty. Let me cycle this once, just in case the storage sensor was desynced with the train because I moved it around. Let me cycle that once, and then we'll give it a second go. Let's see, there's like 4 layers to this. Maybe it's like 6, I think it's like 6 or 7 like pounds before it'll pull a full resource out of the ground. It might be like 7.5 as well, where it like gets a little extra towards the next one. Alright, so just go ahead and pretend that this unloaded. So the auto arm pulled all the compound off. Oh, that's dangerous. I didn't put a filter on this. This could have just grabbed some random crap off the ground. Alright, so pretend that it unloaded all the compound, because I don't want to wait for the train. Okay, there we go. That's what's supposed to happen. I think I might have broken the storage sensor because I disconnected the train while the storage sensor was on it, and the devs probably did not program that to work correctly. Alright, so it would look something like this. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. Alright, I think that's it. I think it's automated compound. That was the last thing we were going to do on the stream today. So, let's see, anything I want to recap? And I did see that auto arm put ammonium in my backpack. I'm just so tired of complaining about that at this point that I'm just desensitized to it. Let's put this over here. I think we got everything then. So now we have fully automated compound, so I can just deal with the extra little bits that I have here. And then we're good to go on that. So it's resin and clay are the only other ones I need to make on this planet, and then everything else I get from other planets. And how I solve those problems is going to vary. I'm glad that... Yep, good. I'm trying to place this in that slot, but the auto arm is reserving that slot, like right as I click. So instead of something sensible happening, like the game just leaving it in my cursor, instead I just drop it on the floor. Because I mean, that's the first like thing I would think to do with the user interface when you click on something that was interactable a split second ago, is to drop whatever item you're holding in your hands. All right, that's enough salt. We've met our salt. The salt dose has been met. My daily allowance of salt has been achieved for this stream. We have, however, accomplished a lot of things. I'm happy with how this went, despite the fact that I'm like always complaining. Again, analytical complaining is one of like the hallmarks of my streams, and I would not be playing this game if I was not enjoying it. I always like to be clear about that for people who come in here with like the wrong impression. I would not play this game if I did not enjoy what I was doing. You're getting high blood pressure. Yeah, sometimes the salt like leaks out. Like, you gotta be careful about that. Like, don't open your mouth during the stream, or you might like accidentally ingest some of it. Because there's a lot of salt in my streams. Because I complain about things because I care. I complain about this game because I wish that the devs would fix it. I would love it if I never had to complain about this game again, but since the devs never patch any of the bugs in this game, I just complain about the same bugs over and over and over again, forever. It's just a vicious cycle, these things. Maybe someday I'll play a game where I don't constantly complain. Maybe Factorio will fit that niche. Why is this turned on? Okay, we're not doing the outro for the stream just yet. Why is this arm turned on? This is not supposed to be on right now. One of these is... Is one of these desynchronized? I think this one's desynchronized. At some point when I was messing with the wires, I think I desynced this one. It should be turned off. I think we're good to go on that now. Yeah, so let's see. The status for the nanocarbon alloy is we are currently out of titanium alloy, so it is unable to produce anymore. What did I do to this train? Or did I desync the button repeater? I think that's what I did. There we go. So by doing that, that should connect to that sensor. These should all be turned off right now. Okay, they're all turned off. There's just technical difficulties. Bear with me for a second, then I'll end the stream. I want to know why that arm was in the wrong position. That usually means I did something wrong. Yeah, they're all synced up correctly. But none of them wanted to output anyways because there was nothing for them to produce. Except this arm should have turned on though. Why is this one not turning on? I didn't power it. Okay, there was a mistake. I didn't power it. That's what I forgot to do. There we go. My Logic 8 didn't actually have a power source connected to it, so it was always turned off for these two. That's what I was confused about there. Delicious spaghetti. That should work. So now, there we go. Let's go. All right, so the train is coming in, and then the ones that have materials to output are going to dump their materials onto the train. Now it's set up. Now the compound is fixed, and the ammonium is also fixed. So it's going to load up a couple of these before it runs out of time. Looks like it's able to get all four, which is good. That's efficient. I want it to have all four. And then both trains are going to go up here to the auto extractors, which have been patiently waiting for more slots. I've explained this before. I could add like storages to the back of these rail cars. I could store more than 4 items. But when the system is working like optimally, the train ends up not being the bottleneck. Like, the situation that happens here is this thing will go all the way to the auto extractor and top off and then get back before the next like train over here comes around to unload it. So it ends up not mattering if I actually put more storages on the back, because the throughput limit is the speed of the sorting train, not the auto extractors or how many materials I could put on the train. In theory, if I could like have a more efficient way to buffer these materials and have a faster sorting system, it would probably be more efficient to like actually store materials on the train or on the auto extractor, but I just don't need to do that with the way the system is currently set up. We also don't need this anymore. We finally got rid of that stupid floating rail post that's, or not floating, but that isolated like rail post that's been here for so long because I was too lazy to change it. There we go. Now I think we're done. I think we can end, we can end the stream now. I did my daily quota of complaining. I fixed the issue. So yeah, today we finished the nanocarbon factory and everything that leads up to it. It's just a matter of like getting materials and waiting for the factory to eventually produce everything that I needed to. So like future stream activities, I need to set up more auto extractors. I might also go back into the factory and look for optimizations I can make. Like, can I get the sorting trains to run faster? Are there better ways that I could organize some of the crap downstairs? Like, there are still things I want to do. This is not the last stream, but we're getting there. We're slowly running out of things that I wanted to do in this particular playthrough of the game. At which point, Astroneer will become a game that I only stream when they like do a new update. I'm probably not going to like restart my playthrough at any point because honestly, they have not been adding enough to justify doing that, but I will like look at the new content that they add every time an update comes out. There will also be a hardcore run stream, and the reason for that is there's a color palette or some unlockable that is locked behind the new hardcore game mode that they added in the recent like update. This game is not very difficult. I don't think I would have any difficulty doing a hardcore run. It would essentially just consist of finishing the game on their hardcore preset. Whatever that is. Like, we're not going to make a mega factory. We're not going to keep playing the hardcore run. This is not my like 100-day hardcore Minecraft SMP like stream or anything. I would probably do it over the course of one stream. So there will be like a new playthrough that happens at some point for the purposes of getting that palette, but it would just be me rushing to finish the game. I don't know if it would really be a speed run, but I would not be like dicking around. I wouldn't be doing anything I didn't think I needed to. That said, I don't care to speedrun this game, so I don't think it would end up really being what would qualify as a speedrun to any normal person. It would just be a playthrough by somebody who knows what they're doing. So you can watch me embarrassingly die from fall damage because, I mean, we're not doing the snail quest during the hardcore run. That'll take too long. We're just going to try to beat the game in a reasonable amount of time and unlock the palette and then never look back. Because that's like the only new content they added. So, I think we're good to go here. Let me go back to the menu and do my outro or whatever.